Welcome back, everyone, to another stream. This is kind of an odd one. This is Gauntlet Legends for the Sega Dreamcast. A playthrough I started in late 2017. It is, as of doing this stream, the middle of July 2021. I did my second part like 4 months later in 2018. And I totally forgot to actually go back and do a part 3. I just got caught up in other things, as I often do. And I got a comment this past week saying, hey, where's part 3? And I was like, hey, that's a really good idea for a stream. I should maybe continue that playthrough. I'm in a mindset now where it's like I want to finish things that I've started. And even if those things are like 4 years old, I'm going to go back and finish them. I think this is one of the only playthroughs I've done where it's like, you know, I've actually left a lot on the table and people want to actually see me complete the game. And so, I had nothing else planned today. I wasn't even planning on a YouTube stream, because like I said in my update video, earlier this week, I'm trying to minimize my streams if like I don't have any sort of focus. Although today I was sitting in my chair being like, maybe I could do a variety stream of like some platform that I haven't done in a while, like a Sega CD variety stream. That could be fun. Or like a Neo Geo CD stream. I haven't done one of those in a couple of years. So, but I remembered the comment about Gauntlet Legends. And so what we're going to do here is actually pick up where we left off 3.5 years ago now. And we're going to see what we can do with this. I know I still have the last realm to do, which is the forest realm, whatever you call it. I don't remember the names of all the realms because I haven't played this game since our last stream. But we have to do that, and then I think in the Dreamcast version of the game it unlocks another 3 levels, just like it does in Dark Legacy, which there are levels that actually aren't in the original Gauntlet Legends arcade game. And then after that, you unlock the final levels to go fight Scorn. And those last sets of levels, if I remember correctly, are really tough. And I'm not sure if we're going to get to those tonight. I do have several hours to play. You know, so I'm not really on a super time crunch here, so we'll kind of go with the flow and see what happens. Worst case, I just save those last levels for a part 4. But right now, you know, we're just going to start on the forest realm, try to go through that. This game does require you to get rune stones to get to the end of the game. So I'm going to hopefully be able to find those. I did fire up my save file before starting the stream, and I had all the rune stones for the previous 3 realms. So we will kind of, you know what happens here. I did want to actually cycle through my patron slideshow as I keep talking, because I've actually had a bunch of new patrons and people that signed on as channel members and stuff like that recently, so I'm going to let those cycle through. I've been getting away from like showing this stuff in the beginning just so we can get right into the gameplay, but I haven't updated these slides in like a month, so I wanted to, you know, feature all you folks out there that are supporting my channel. I do appreciate it. But yeah, you know, funny story before we jump into the game is I have an RGB cable for my Dreamcast, and I was using it, and Gauntlet Legends just refused to load. And I was like, dude, what is happening with this game? Why is this not working? And then I remembered some RGB cables, when you're using them on the Dreamcast, like there's no switch on some of like the older ones. And the Dreamcast is basically acting like it's outputting in like VGA mode or something like that, or progressive scan. In some games, I guess Gauntlet Legends is one of those, just does not work with that. And so I had to actually switch over to S-Video. So we are using S-Video through the FrameMeister on this one as opposed to an RGB cable. I'm still waiting for some other RGB cables to release that have switches on them, so I can go into just standard, you know, 480i interlaced mode, which basically makes it so it's compatible with every game on the platform. So yeah, I had gotten the thumbnail together and everything. Actually, the thumbnail was really easy. I'm still using the same one from like 4 years ago, but I had gotten the whole setup going, and I was like, oh no, am I not going to be able to play the game tonight? But no, we got it. The next scare was trying to find my data from 4 years ago. My Gauntlet data is scattered over like multiple memory cards. I have one memory card with 3 saves on it, another one with like 2, and then this one with just the file from 2017 originally. So But hey, Velcro Zippers, what's going on, man? So glad to see you getting this great game. More content up. Hell yeah, man. Well, thanks for popping in, Velcro. And John Smith, it's good to see you as always. Shout outs to D and Uber Disco who did, and Guns, who popped in comments before I started the stream. So thanks, guys, for that. And so with that, let's go ahead and hit the start button here. Now, like I said, I haven't played this since our last part, which was in 2018. So it's gonna take me a few minutes to, have it all come back to me, basically. I did fiddle around for just a moment or two, just to try to, get the hang of the controls again real quick. That way I'm not jumping right into the game and tossing potions when I don't want to. But Gauntlet Legends, man, this is such a good game. I played this game a lot in the arcade. And if you're coming right off parts 1 and 2 of this playthrough, then I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but to me and us doing this now in the current, I haven't talked about this game in years, so it kind of gives me a chance to re-talk about it again. But yeah, I used to live off the arcade game, Gauntlet Legends specifically. Not Dark Legacy. I played Dark Legacy at the home, but I didn't really touch it in the arcade, so most of my experiences with Gauntlet Legends actually have you on a hub or anything like that. But in the console version, you have a hub here, and, areas that you can't go to are blocked off, so that's the final area. Actually, I don't know if that's specifically the final area with Scorn. This might actually be the final area right here for Scorn, if I remember correctly. But basically, you start over here, let's just call it the Earth Realm or something like that, or the Mountain Realm, I don't know what the hell they call these. But you basically start here at level 1, and then as you, beat these levels, the other ones unlock. So we've already unlocked all of them. We've already gone through all of them. Combat in this game is, you just hold down the A button to shoot. It's got auto fire. Now, what's interesting about it is if you tap the button faster without holding it, you'll actually shoot quicker. So that's actually a very important gameplay mechanic for survival. You also have the turbo button, which allows you to run. Now, there's a little meter above your information at the bottom left, and it's constantly charging up. As long as you got a little bit of energy there, you can use your turbo and run faster. If I remember correctly, using the turbo into an enemy will actually, you'll push through the enemies, which is interesting. Now, there are 3 levels of turbo. There's the green, yellow, and red. So when it's in the red and it's maxed out, it'll start flashing. And if you press both the attack and turbo button, you'll do, for the archer here, it's a BFG. And for most characters that you can pick, it's basically this massive projectile that just goes all the way across the screen. You want to use that a lot if you want to have an easier time with this game. Get good with using your maxed out turbo attacks. And also get good with knowing, like I can use a larger arrow here just by using a fully charged green level. Which can help on boss fights. It's not really good in normal gameplay. But yeah, the X button will will use a potion. If you hold down your attack button and use the potion, you'll actually throw it, which is very, very useful. So I just wasted one, but it's fine. We can buy new ones. You do buy items in this version. So after each level, a item screen will come up, and you can use gold to purchase new items like potions and keys. Things like that, even stat boosts. In the bottom left, you can see I have a health pool. It's at 1401 right now, and I've only got 50 gold because I came out of a level previously and spent my money. So, but yeah, like I said, we've already done the first 3 realms. This one right here is the Egyptian area. This is the 3rd realm. So we are going to go to the forest realm. And I just noticed my gameplay is a little small. You actually have a screen adjust here, and I like to put it on max overscan like that. I can do super overscan as well, but I'm gonna do max overscan. Yeah, that way you guys have the biggest image to look at. You also have music and sound settings and things like that. If you want to save your data, you just start and you go to character management and then save, or you can load, just like so. Hey, Sadar, welcome back. Oh, I remember Darkstone. Yeah, I have that on PlayStation. Actually, I had the PC version, too. You don't know much about Gauntlet? I guess you're going to learn. All right, so let's start off this realm. So, like I said, you have runestones. If you look just above my, well, after this FMV plays out. So these FMVs were from the arcade game. What I really like about Gauntlet Legends on Dreamcast is it's a lot more faithful to the original arcade game than later conversions were. So yeah, it's really cool. Now there are several differences as well. You know, they did make some changes, many changes that you would find later on in you know, Dark Legacy. But I've always loved going back to the Dreamcast one because, again, like I said, I lived off the arcade version for quite a while. But I was going to mention the runes. So on the bottom left, above my super bar, or my turbo bar, is denotions of my runestones. So you can see I've got 3 for each realm, and I'm going to need to get 3 more for this realm too. And because it's been so long since I played this, I don't remember where they are, but I think we'll be able to wing it. I don't remember them being too difficult to find in like the console version of the game. But yeah, you basically just use your long-range projectiles preferably to kill enemies. Some enemies, like these spiders, are a little tough to hit, so I'm going to just use my BFG. The trick to survival in this game, I find a lot of people kind of struggle with these Gauntlet games in terms of survival. They just kind of play, and they play them like quarter munchers, and they just credit feed their way to the end of the game. Although in this, I think if you get a game over, you actually get thrown back to the hub. So you do have to actually kind of learn these levels a little bit. But there are some tactics you can use to make your life easier. You want to just try to kill enemies from a distance if you can. Especially guys that are throwing bombs at you or shooting you with arrows. So that's a big key to survival in this game. And then also taking your time with traps. Like there's an archer up top. I want to take him out first before I start taking out the other guys in front of me. But another tactic is to let your you know, your turbo meter charge up. So mine is charged up, so like I'm gonna go ahead and just use it. And it goes all the way across the screen, and it still kills enemies off screen too. So if you have an idea of where enemies are located, you know, you can just use a fully charged you know, super. Again, for the archer, it's called the BFG. Which I really love that they called it that. You know, it's kind of like a reference to Doom. Yeah, so, you know, you want to just take out lots of enemies doing that. So I have 8 keys. I'm going to go ahead and open up this door. Again, I haven't played this game in so long. I don't remember the level layouts here. I'm sure some of it will come back to me. Like, some of it will become familiar. But, like, you can see, like, I'm getting overwhelmed by enemies. And I actually see an explosive barrel over there. So I'm going to hit that and kill the enemy that was next to it. There was an enemy. It was a little difficult to see. But now my BFG's charged up. So let's use it. And now, so, for those of you guys that have never played a Gauntlet game, I'm going to actually use my potion, too. For those of you guys that have never played a Gauntlet game, you know, Gauntlet was in, like, an early 80s arcade game by Atari. I'm going to use a bomb again. Technically a potion. And Gauntlet Legends was like, you know, in the mid to late 90s, there was this, like, retro revival craze happening. Both at home and in the arcade. And Gauntlet Legends was one of those, like, retro revivals. And so it has similarities to the classic games, but it also has a lot of differences, too. Obviously. I mean, the game's in full 3D now. It plays very different. Honestly, I would say there's a little more nuance to Gauntlet Legends because of the 3D engine and the new mechanics and stuff like that. In the arcade, on default settings, it was definitely designed to be a quarter muncher, as most arcade games, especially ones developed in the West, were. You're in the arcade game, and I think this was the same way in the classic Gauntlet too. Your life would constantly tick down. And that was kind of problematic. Now, there was a setting to turn off the constant life ticking. So, you know, thankfully, my Gauntlet machine that I got to play a lot, you know, had that setting turned off. So it was entirely possible for me to work my way from start to finish on 1 credit. You know, it is definitely one of those kinds of games. The arcade version is one of those kinds of games where you can get that good at it, where you can actually you know, memorize the enemy layouts and stuff like that, and end up getting through the game on 1 credit. Or at least to Scorn's area. Scorn's area was a bitch in the arcade game. Oh my god. I would make it all the way up to Scorn's area without a problem on 1 credit. It was very satisfying. And then I'd get to Scorn's area and then have to credit feed to the end of the game, like always. It was brutal. Maybe it would be different if I played it now. But that was like almost 20 years ago now when I was doing that. When I was playing a lot of Gauntlet Legends in the arcade, you know, it was around 2001, 2002 is when I was doing this. And I was, I had saw the leaderboards on it, and I was like, I want to get my name on, you know, all 4 character slots or whatever. There were leaderboards for, you know, each different character class. And so I worked and worked and worked my way at it, and I did it. And it wasn't just, like, a leaderboard based on, like, you know, just a basic score and then you finishing the game. It was like, it would log how many times you actually beat the game with that character. And so I would go in and finish the game again and again and again and again and again to get my name on the top slot. It's a good memory of mine, even though it's like, it's not archived anywhere. I never, you know, this was before, like, you know, cameras were built into phones and stuff like that. And so, like, I never snapped a picture or anything like that. Oh man, it is a little dark in my screen, a little difficult to see what's going on. And this level is just lots of twists and turns and whatnot. So that was some meat I just picked up, which gives me a little bit of health back. I'm still at 1569 health, which is solid. It's more health than I had when I came into the level. You want to get rid of the bomb guys first. I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, I actually used my turbo by accident, so I didn't have a full meter. Now, you do get experience points in this game, and there's a switch I just hit, which will raise a platform or something like that. But yeah, you do get experience points in this game, and, you know, as you level up, you get more powerful. And we got a big-ass golem here. Thankfully, sometimes you can get him caught on the other side of a ledge like that, and just, you know... snipe him from a distance. Oh, and we got the super shot. It's basically like a BFG, except you can use it multiple times. Let's go ahead and use that. And we've shrunken the enemies, apparently. Now, I don't know what levels actually have runestones, so, you know, this is kind of going to be a crapshoot in terms of finding those. But we'll just kind of see what happens as we play through this. But Douglas, welcome back. This is not Zelda 64. It's called Gauntlet Legends. And Mark, welcome back as well, dude. Hey, Karsten, good to see you, sir. I mean, we talk on Discord, so it's not like it's been all that long since we last chatted. It's been a while since I've seen you on a stream, because I haven't been streaming much. But yeah, welcome back. Now, I really should be shooting everywhere, because, you know, you can actually unlock secrets within walls. And in a lot of cases, that's where the runestones are. A lot of times they're just hidden within some kind of wall. So I can't go there yet. Hey, Major Havoc. Welcome back. It's good to see you guys. I know this is a surprise stream. I don't expect a lot of people to pop in. But thanks to all of you that have popped in already. Okay, that's poison. I don't want that. It's just going to deplete health. Yeah, this level looks totally unfamiliar to me. So, you know, it's funny, you know, when I started this playthrough, it was kind of an era where, like, I would start playthroughs on YouTube without even, like, practicing them. And it's one of those things where it's like, oh, well, I played it so much back in the day, I'm probably good to play it without practice. And that was 4 years ago. Fast forward 4 years, and I'm even farther away from my previous, you know, completed playthroughs of this game. Let's see what's up there. There's nothing there. Unfortunately, there aren't any camera controls in this, so like I can't zoom the camera around. So you kind of have to just run around. Oh, okay, there's a wall. There we go. And that's probably gonna lower this pedestal here. Oh no, it's going to lower this, which is going to lower something here. Oh, it's gonna raise this. Let's use our BFG. It's so cool. Yeah, something about experience points I wanted to mention is that you get more experience points by meleeing enemies, doing melee attacks on enemies up close. I don't remember the exact, you know, I don't remember the exact amount of, you know, experience points you get. It might have been something weird in the arcade, like you get 1 experience point for long-range attacks, and then you get 2 for melees. Something like that. I don't know the exact number, but it's basically how it works. Now, I flipped all those switches just for partial invisibility, which isn't going to do me a whole lot of good. One nice thing about Dark Legacy, the console versions of that game. So, for those of you guys who don't know, let me go back a step. Gauntlet Legends was the first one of the retro revival Gauntlet games in the arcade. And then there was a follow-up called Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Might have been released as like an expansion pack for the original arcade game. It's possible it might have also been sold as a full kit too. I don't know exactly how they distributed it back in the day. But it basically had all the original levels, and some of them were reworked. But it also had like a whole new set of levels. It was like twice the game. Honestly, it's a little too long. But, I mean, Gauntlet Legends, I think, was a pretty successful game, financially speaking, for operators, arcade operators. And so just having something even longer would probably just bring in even more cash at the arcade. And on the home console versions of that, I don't remember if it's all of them. I know in some of them, you can stash items. So like if I got the partial invisibility, or if I got the you know, the mega arrow or whatever it's called, I'm pretty sure like you can hit like down on the D-pad or something, and it would basically store it away. And so that was a big key to survival in that game, in the console versions, is basically stashing away your you know, your items that you don't need immediately. Most items you don't need immediately. It's just how kind of this game works. If you know what you're doing, especially. But in Gauntlet Legends for Dreamcast, you cannot. So it's more like the arcade game where, like, the second you pick up a weapon, it's used automatically. So it helps a lot to know the level layouts and things like that in this version of the game, much like the original Gauntlet Legends arcade game. So that was the yellow level, super, which, you know, isn't as good as the BFG, but, you know, if you're surrounded by enemies, it can still be of use. Also, if I recall correctly, if you do melee attacks on enemies, you'll actually build up your turbo meter faster. So that's also handy to know. Now, you'll notice that what I like to do is... Oh, look, there's Death. Good old Death. So, Death, or the Grim Reaper here, he appears just like in classic Gauntlet, and he'll just like suck away a ton of your health. Now, there are some fun ways to like get him caught on corners and whatnot. Oh crap, I just activated him. You can get him caught on corners, and you can just shoot him manually. I'm gonna just do this. I don't know if my... You'll notice I've got a... Oh, crap. You'll notice I've got a little familiar. And I'm not sure if... Alright, let's just go ahead and use a potion. So you can use a potion to get rid of Death. But you can actually kill Death with just your projectile shots. And what's fun is getting him caught on like a ledge or something. Actually, I probably could have got him caught over here. Oh, I totally could have done that. Damn, I wish I thought about that. That's okay. But yeah, you can get him caught on like the other side of a ledge and just safely kill him with your projectile shots. But what I was saying before about like projectile enemies, is I generally like to like attack them once and then dodge and then attack them again, dodge, attack them again. It's another key to survival in this game and not losing too much health. All right, so I actually want to go backwards. I want to retrace my steps because I know this is, it seems like a pretty big level, and I'm not confident that like, I'm not confident if there's a runestone in this level or not. So I want to go back, retrace my steps if possible, and like there's some other switches I missed. So I know there are areas here I'm missing. Yeah, if only I could shoot over here. Looks like it's not working. Yeah, electricity gets fixed. What's wrong with your electricity, Karsten? Alright, let's go ahead and use my BFG. Get rid of all those spiders. Another bomb guy. So you notice that these bomb guys, they throw on sort of like a timer. It's 1, 2, 1, 2. This is why like I move left, shoot, move right, shoot, move left, shoot. It pretty much guarantees that I don't take any damage from those guys. Now, Gauntlet Legends is an analog controlled game. You can use the D-pad. You don't want to use the D-pad in this game. The reason is that the original arcade game had analog controls as well. And it's actually crucial in this game. It allows you to slightly move forward and shoot at the same time. But it also allows you to sort of take your time and also have finer controlled aiming. Now there is a form of auto aim in this game, but you still want to, you know, be playing with finesse in this game. And it also lets you, you know, inch your way across slowly. Okay, so the arrow's pointing this way, and I still have no idea what it actually, you know, raised. And I guess one of the big things that keeps this game from aging the best is the fact that there are no camera controls. It would have been really nice if there were. We're probably gonna have to go back up. Ooh. Watch out for those traps, man. So the arrow's pointing all over this way. That's really interesting. I don't know what it actually triggered, so... Yeah, and again, you actually need the runestones to get to the end of the game. I'm pretty sure they're required. Okay, so that is really interesting. So over here, oh, maybe it raised like this tree or something else, and I have to go up to a higher level to access it. Gauntlet Legends does have some interesting level design like that. There is a lot of verticality in some of these levels. Okay, there's that. Oh, that just raises this. Okay. Surprised I missed that earlier. Alright. Again, like I said, we're going to work our way back because I haven't played this in forever and I don't remember this level. I do feel like I could have used a controller with a better D-pad though. Whoops, watch out for that. Yeah, so a switch is going to lower that. Not a D-pad, but analog stick. When you get a nice Dreamcast analog stick, it's a really nice analog stick. In terms of like being able to finesse your movements, which is extremely important in, honestly, this era of, you know, 3D gaming. A lot of games had like super fast movement, and so if you only like held the stick in just slightly, you'd be able to walk slowly. Very important, especially in a lot of Dreamcast games. Gauntlet Legends is one of those. Lots of racing games on Dreamcast too that really need you to finesse your controls. Yeah, and this is another reason why you want to move slow, because there are a lot of traps like that that just will kind of appear out of nowhere if you're just moving really quickly. You notice that the camera, for the most part, is pretty zoomed in. There's someone up here. I heard a little thump sound, which means that he died. Oh, man. Hey, Malterence. Alright, see you, Karsten. Yeah, it does, Uber. It does. I've heard a lot of people complain about the Dreamcast analog stick, but it's a really solid stick when it's working right. I know it has the issue, you know, people buying used consoles and they get sticks with crappy analogs on them. And they kind of base their judgment on that, but, no, it's a good, solid stick. I'm trying to figure out how to work my way back, but there's no map system in this game, so you just kind of have to know where you're going. I might just exit, and if we don't have all the runestones, I'll just go back to level 1 at the end. But there were so many switches I hit at the end, I feel like this could be the level with, you know, one of the runestones. And actually, I think I have to go back into the swamp area. Okay, no, we're back towards the exit. So let's just go to the exit. Now, my only thing is I don't like repeating levels. But, you know, if we have to, we have to. It's not the end of the world. I still have more health than I had when I started. So that's good. I'm just confused by the, you know, that switch that was pointing in this direction. It's like, I feel like I'm missing something, but that's okay. The thing about the Dreamcast analog stick, Uber, is that it has a wide range of movement, which you kind of need for, you know, analog sticks. And it looks like I only have 400 gold. I'm going to go ahead and grab a key. Keys are good to buy if you have, you know, small amounts of money, because you can get to levels and be very limited on them. I find it better to not be limited on keys. Let's go ahead and I'll do character management after each level just to make sure that, you know, we don't lose any progress or anything. Let's do a quick run through of the first level just to kind of show you what you can do. For those of you guys that, you know, haven't seen the previous parts, which I'm sure is a lot of you, you can go back and play previous levels. So if there's a level you really like and you just want to play it again, you can do that. But you can also do it to earn more money and get more potions, get more keys, build your health. But yeah, Uber, the Dreamcast analog stick has like this wide analog range, and it's one reason I complained so much about that Striker DC controller, is that its analog range is like really piss poor compared to the stock Dreamcast controller. It's such an important part of the controller. Not just with the analog stick, but with the you know, the triggers as well. The triggers just have an amazing like range of analog movement. You can test it on racing games like Tokyo Extreme Racer. Like, just hold down the gas very lightly and try to rev it up slowly. You know, you try to do it on a variety of third-party controllers and it just doesn't work like it does with the stock Dreamcast controller. So this is one of the rune stones, and when you collect it, when you already have it, you get 500 bucks. So, you know, this is kind of how you can build up your, well, you can try to build up your stats, but you can build up your items and money and things like that. So later on in the playthrough, we will most likely be doing this multiple times because the last few levels are very, very difficult. And we will just get wrecked on them. Hey Andy, welcome back. See projectile guys on the other side of the screen. That's poison, don't want it. Ah, that's right. They have the obelisks in this version. I don't think those are in the arcade game of Gauntlet Legends. Maybe Dark Legacy, but I don't believe they're in Gauntlet Legends arcade. You also want to find those too. I had completely forgotten about those. Looks like we picked up Rapid Fire, which is nice. You fire a lot faster. Yeah, there's a lot of health on this level too. Like, we're already up to 1995 in terms of our hit points. Now, I kind of already know where a lot of the enemies are in this, so I know where to aim the BFG. Like, there was a spawner. Oh, there wasn't a spawner over there. Pretty sure in the arcade game there was. But yeah, you want to take out the spawners. Otherwise, you're just going to be dealing with enemies left and right. And that's it. We're at 2,004 hit points and 1,200 gold. Alright, and we can also boost our stats too, but I'm going to actually buy potions just to kind of make the next level a little bit easier. Alright, and again, we'll go ahead and just do character management, because that was a good boost in, you know, health and items and whatnot. We're maxed out on keys. And now we'll play the second level in the forest. Now, just like the arcade game, you can play this in 4 players, or in 4-player mode, which is nice. Hey, Sin City? Yeah, it goes BFG. Twisted Roots of Evil. There is some cool level design in this area. It's probably one of the more interesting areas in terms of level structure. Acid Amulet. That basically adds acid properties to my projectile. Now, you have multiple character classes you can play as. It's actually a lot of them, but, you know, the stock classes, there's 4, but there's a lot more that you can get or you can switch to. Of the 4 stock classes, you know, fighter, mage, you know, archer, whatever. I like playing as the archer because she shoots so fast compared to the other characters. Let's go ahead and use the BFG. Because I know there's a spawner over there. If you see a constant stream of enemies coming straight at you, it's because there's a spawner. So you can just shoot, you know, into their line, and you'll hit the spawner off screen. Hey, Leo. Got some more health. Yeah, after you hit a certain level, you get your familiar. You'll notice that my familiar also shoots projectiles. Looks like we just leveled up as well. So we're level 44 now. Now, we might get a familiar upgrade at level 50. I don't remember, but we'll see. Alright, that's an elevator. This place has a lot of elevators. Take it slow, see what's down here. You notice the frame rate's not exactly the best. But there is a lot going on here. Here we go. I don't need that key. Alright, someone behind me. Ooh, I see a runestone up there. Okay, that's good. We know this is a level with a runestone. Looks like I have 5 potions as well. Okay, so I'm guessing I'm gonna have to raise this platform right here. There's basically a tree stump. It's gonna raise up and we'll be able to get that runestone. There we go. You notice that the BFG there, it had you know, basically like vertical collision. I don't know what you would call it. But even though it technically went over the spawner, it still hit it. So that's pretty neat. Good to take advantage of that. Alright, let's go ahead and open this. Oh, I can't. That's not a normal door. That's a Switch door. Not a Nintendo Switch. Alright, I'm probably gonna have to go back, actually. I feel like I'm going way too far ahead. So yeah, let's work our way back. Because again, runestone is a priority. I need that. It's possible that area actually loops around. I'm not sure though, so I'm gonna go back because I know there was a whole other area over here. So one of the things about this game is the levels can be really big, and oops, you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself if you know an item you need is behind you. Now again, it's possible like you know, that area I was going to loops back on itself, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh no. Oh, jeez. Oh, there's a dude stuck underneath. There's 2 of them stuck underneath. You gotta be kidding me, man. That's hilarious, actually. Alright, went ahead and used the potion just to get rid of the spawner there. And used my turbo attack to run through them. Yeah, not exactly a very convenient section, that's for sure. Alright, the red barrels explode, so obviously you don't want to be next to them when you shoot them. Alright, we just got an hourglass that kind of stops everything in its place. Alright, now I'm trying to figure out what that switch did. Leo, yeah, well, I don't know, man. I mean, honestly, Warner Brothers hasn't done much with the Midway IPs, period. And there's a lot of stuff they could be working with, but they're just not doing it. So, you know, we could say, oh, I'm surprised they haven't done anything with Gauntlet. It's like, well, I can kind of say that about everything. They really haven't done much. And more as far as like the Midway IPs, like Mortal Kombat is their baby, obviously. There's not really much else they've done outside that. Alright, use the BFG here. Get rid of that spawner, and I can take these guys out one by one. Hey, Greg, welcome back. Looks like I got the spawner. I would like to see more arcade compilations, especially arcade compilations dipping into like this era of arcade gaming. Because the consoles are more than powerful enough now to do these games justice via emulation. It'd be really cool to see like, you know, an Arcade Faithful Gauntlet Legends and an Arcade Faithful Dark Legacy. I'd buy it. I'd buy it in a heartbeat, actually. That would be really awesome. But some of these big companies that have the IPs to a lot of these old properties, they just don't really care that much, or like they just, they might not think the time is worth it. You know, it's small scale projects that aren't going to sell like millions of units, and they just probably think it's not worth the time. Well, I don't know, just speculating. Let's see, can we shoot this wall? Oh, that's an elevator. Okay. Oh, great, that's an elevator to the exit. I hope I can go back. Let's go ahead and kill these guys. Oh, it's funny, that whole area I avoided. Maybe it's, like, actually necessary to get to the runestone. Again, I'm shooting the walls because there's a lot of hidden stuff in the walls in this game. Yo, smash that like button! Thanks, guns. Oh, good, I can go back. Whew. Yeah, me too, Andy. I love compilations. And the Midway line... Midway / Williams / Bally, you know, they were all combined at one point in time. Yeah, I'd love to see more of that stuff compiled. Again, especially this stuff that just hasn't been done time and time again. There's so much material to dip into from the 90s in particular that wasn't really given much attention in previous compilations. Usually, well, there was that one racing pack on, you know, the PS2 era, which was cool. We did get... Granted, well, I don't know. See, what's interesting about that one is some of those conversions, like Rush 2049 and Hydro Thunder, they were actually ports of the console versions of the game. They weren't the actual arcade versions. Let's come over here towards the beginning. But it was better than nothing, though, because they are, even the console ports of those were still pretty solid. Fun games. Alright, so I think I'm going to have to go back towards the runestone. Is Sega Ages for the Saturn the most expensive compilation game? It's one of the most expensive, yeah, but it's just because it's a Saturn game. And it's a good game. And it's uncommon because no one bought it back in the day. Because the Saturn bombed in North America. Anything that's like even remotely desirable on the Saturn is just ridiculously priced right now, so... And that'll probably never change, unfortunately. So it doesn't mean much, I guess is what I'm saying. It's just, it's Saturn, it's expensive. This just is what it is. Oh, man. Alright, yeah, let's go back and loop around. Okay, I see a switch right there. It's pointing downwards. So we actually probably do have to go through this area. This area I tried avoiding earlier. This is what I get for not remembering the level layouts. I mean, or solder, you can just get an Xbox One or an Xbox 360. Okay, one thing about these golems is you can punch them and like use your turbo attack to push them back. Or that was failed. I did it wrong. But if you get into a combo with him and then use your turbo attack, your green level, you will sort of push them forward. Alright, let's see if I can get the Grim Reaper trapped here. Yeah, for anybody unaware, Guardian Heroes is on Xbox 360. I know, and it's backwards compatible on Xbox One. I know some people are like, oh, I don't want to get a 360. Well, it's like, one, they're cheap right now. And two, there are lots of great games on it. You want Guardian Heroes? Well, there's also Radiant Silvergun. There's also great stuff like that. Let's go ahead and just shooting him, activate him. Probably not. Alright. See, I don't want to get caught by him. Alright, so let's see if I can get him caught, like, right here. Ha 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 ha, sucker. Or you can watch out for Xbox 360 emulation and try to play it that way. I heard some of the 360 emulators are coming along quite well, so... Yeah, Guardian Heroes HD was awesome. I actually streamed it a long time ago, I think. I do believe I did. I love running around, like, circling like this, like in Dark Souls 2. 360 is best for great shmups. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. It's great, don't get me wrong, but I'd put PS1 next to Saturn. It's just me personally. Oh, come on, elevator. Stop it. Yeah, PS1 has an amazing shmup library. There we go. But when you factor in all the digital stuff, I mean, 360s is pretty amazing. I do find the 32-bit era to be my preferred era of shooting games in particular, because there's more variety than you have in any other generation. I mean, 360 is very much bullet hell heavy, which is fine. But Saturn and PlayStation, they also have bullet hells. You know, it's kind of like the birthing of that subgenre of shooting games. But then you have more classic style ones as well, and your Gradius and some of your Toaplan and Taito ports and things like that. Stuff that you just don't really get on 360. Like, you don't get classic Darius on 360, for instance. But it's still, you know, a series of high-quality games, for sure. One of the problems with 360, though, is the whole region locking thing. It's such a pain in the ass. You basically end up having to, like, hack your console or buy a Japanese system to play them. To play some of them. Yep. Just like I said, this is going to pop up, and it did. There we go. Sweet. Good progress. Hey, Dudley and Davey. What's going on, man? Uh-oh. It's probably going to sound controversial, but I think PS2 is like... compared to 360 and the previous generation, I think it's kind of weak for shmups in comparison. I mean, it's got some top tier ones, obviously, like Gradius 5 and Esgaluda. It's got a lot of mediocre ones too. So I say that as someone that's imported like most of the shmups available on that platform. Again, there's some great stuff, but there's also a lot of kind of questionable ones. Dreamcast is kind of interesting in that regard too, because it's like it's got some top tier shmups. You know, it's got your Mars Matrix and Ikaruga and whatever. Personally, I love Giga Wing 1 and 2 and Mars Matrix. Gunbird 2. But yeah, I'd say PS2 and Dreamcast are both kind of weird in terms of their shmup libraries. That was a weird period for shmups, if you ask me. I feel like might be a controversial take, but like I feel like shmups peaked with PS1 and Saturn. And then when they all started going 3D, like PS2 era 3D, I should say, you know, they started getting, I don't know, it started getting a little more weird. Developers started, I think, experimenting with like weird gameplay styles and stuff, and like the games didn't really stick as much for me. They're still fun. Like I still like Chaos Feel and I still like Tri-Zeal and stuff like that, but they're not as fun to me as, you know, a lot of the shmups in the previous generation. PS1 Saturn era shmups, they were trying new things, especially when it came to like scoring systems and whatnot, but like they still felt traditional at the same time. I don't know if that's making any sense. This is true, Leo. Yeah. Yeah, that era was kind of like the end of shmups. Well, at least in the West, shmups being released constantly over here. Like, Dreamcast in North America only had Giga Wing 1 and 2, Gunbird 2, Mars Matrix, and I guess Cannon Spike. Cannon Spike sort of counts as one. It's kind of a weird hybrid. And I don't think there were any other like traditional STGs released over here in Dreamcast in North America. It was the same with PS2 in North America, actually. Thankfully, we did get, you know, some quote-unquote bigger releases on PS2 in North America. Like Gradius 5, and then, you know, R-Type Final, and then I guess you can consider Raiden 3 as one? Kind of a late release. Yeah, very small in North America. Whereas in PS1, like, it's got almost like, I think, if you don't count arcade compilations, it's like 19 shmups, maybe 20, depending on what you count. PS2, Dreamcast, and whatnot, on the other hand, it's like, it's a small fraction of that. And you know what's funny is I remember when all these games came out too. Okay, we got 3-way shot. Oh no, this is 5-way, I think. That's very nice. Like, man, I remember when R-Types came out. I remember when R-Type Delta came out. I remember when G-Darius hit and Raystorm, you know, like Thunder Force 5, man. I think that was a day one purchase for me. Strikers 1945. It was a good time to be a shmup fan. In terms of, you know, actually being able to go out to a retail store and buy them. I will say, and this is getting really tangential, but it kind of like warms my heart to see R-Type Final 2 on retail shelves. Granted, it's like the $50 limited edition, inaugural flight edition or whatever. I would prefer there being like a more budget version of it, like a $20 or $30 standard edition. But it's still nice going out to like Best Buy and seeing that there. It's pretty cool. Kind of takes me back. I originally bought R-Type Delta at Best Buy, the exact same store. you know, over 20 years ago. I really want my BFG to charge up so I can just slam right through these guys. Actually, I can probably just melee my way to the spawner. Yeah, my worry was there were a bunch of spiders behind me. Dave likes Gradius Gaiden better than Gradius 5. I mean, that's fair. I like Gradius 5 more. Although I can actually beat Gradius Gaiden. I can't beat Gradius 5. I've gotten really far in 1 credit. And that's one of those games that, you know, I constantly go back to try to get better at. But Gradius 5 is it's a brutal game for one, and it's also very much it's a long game, so it's, you know, requires a lot of endurance. Another potion. How about Einhander? Oh yeah, no, Einhander's awesome. Very good game. Yeah, very good game, man. Like I said, man, PS1's got some great shmups. And that's just the North American library. Like, we actually got a lot of its great shmups in North America. Like Einhander, Ray Storm, Ray Crisis, you know. The R-types. Unfortunately, we did not get Gradius Gaiden, which is very disappointing. But there are so many in Japan, too, that just never came out over here. Such a good shmup library. I actually, when I get right down to it, a lot of times what I do is I kind of put here we go, death again. I kind of put the PS1 shmup library on par with the Saturn. Saturn's got some super top tier ones like Silvergun and Battle Gorega and things like that. But PlayStation's on the other side got its own like exclusives that, you know, kind of levels the playing field, if you ask me. They're both, like, if you're into that era of STGs, like, you need both platforms. Like, they're that good. PlayStation's got the Raiden Project and Raiden DX. My health is at 2400. Deadly bought Einhander for PS1. Hell yeah, dude. Nice. It's another one I need to go back to and actually try to get good at. Eventually. Unfortunately, my time for practicing games like that is probably going to be limited because of my my work situation. We'll see what happens. Alrighty. Yeah, so I don't know if there's a rune in this level either. And I know I've already been down here. I haven't exactly been paying attention to where the, oh, that's actually hurting me. I haven't been paying attention to where the arrows have been pointing. Oh yeah, you're talking, Davey, Xevious 3D plus G3D. It's a stupid name. Xevious 3D / G plus or something like that. It's yeah, it's an interesting compilation. The Xevious 3D itself is kind of weird and surprisingly challenging. But it's got conversions, like really good conversions of a couple of other Xevious arcade games, which is pretty cool. Yeah, and the other thing about PS1 is, you know, like Saturn, it's got your, you know, Capcom Generations releases, which has some STGs, and then there's a bunch of Namco museums, which also have STGs, like Dragon Spirit and Dragon Saber, and a bunch of others. And then PlayStation's also got a port of Twin Cobra. I think it's under like the, I don't know, it's the Arcade Gears line? I don't remember. Like I said, both platforms I think are pretty even in terms of like, you know, the amount of like good shooters is definitely the best era of, you know, for shooting games in my opinion. The quality was the highest across the board, and the variety was just like off the chart. It was so good. Oh, X2, yeah, that's I think a European developed one. Funny enough, published by Capcom in Japan, I believe. I had that years ago and I wasn't really impressed by it, but that was like 10 years ago at this point. Yeah, we finally leveled up again. I'd like to try it again. Another golem. Thankfully, my level is so high right now, I kill the golems pretty quickly. But early on in the game, they're really dangerous. So you really have to kind of get them caught on a ledge and try to snipe them from a distance. Yeah, I love like the lightning breath and the fire breath and stuff like that. It's really powerful. I do not, Leo. I mean, it might have been G2A for all I know. I don't remember though, unfortunately. Sorry. Just do Sega Online Arcade code, and you should find it, unless they sold out. Yeah, I do vaguely remember this area design from the arcade game. Pretty sure there was an area like this in the arcade game. You had a bunch of walls you had to whack through. Now, I don't know like if they're linked to runestones or anything like that. Hey, Crestline. Yeah, good to see you too. Welcome back. That's rising up. I don't know if it's something important. It probably is. It's usually how this game works. If there's a big complex like switch puzzle, it's usually for something important. Dave never played this in the arcade. I didn't play this in the arcade until it was past its prime. I loved it though. Once I figured it out, it was a great, just like chill out game. And I ended up playing it a lot and getting pretty good at it in the arcade. Now I know I'm gonna have to go back for the runestone. I know. Well, I assume there's a runestone based on that switch puzzle. Okay, let's go back first. Getting ahead of myself. It's the most hours I've ever spent trying to beat an RPG game on any platform. I mean, like in a like trying to beat it for the first time, or just like what's the RPG I've played the most? I mean, if it's the latter, then oh, look at that, awesome. I mean, the RPGs I play the most are old ones primarily. I mean, I clocked like 150 hours in the Xenoblade Chronicles for the Wii. But as far as RPGs I've played the most in my lifetime, I mean, I'd probably say Diablo 1 on PC. Secret of Mana on Super Nintendo. And then a lot of, like, some of the classics on Super Nintendo and NES, like Final Fantasy II, Final Fantasy III, the original Final Fantasy for NES. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't play a lot of RPGs. I mean, I like the genre, but it's not something I play a lot of. Ow. Still at over 2,500 hit points, which is good. I want to keep my life up as much as I can, if possible. But yeah, games like Final Fantasy II, Final Fantasy III, aka 4 and 6, along with Secret of Mana, I mean, I beat those games like dozens of times each when I was a kid. So just, you know, in terms of sheer hours alone, those are definitely up there. But Diablo 1 is the one I've gone back to the most over the years. And, you know, that's a game I'll play through like once every other year. And it'll be a good like 10+ hour play session with it, especially if I use the Hellfire expansion. Yeah, it's one of my favorite games of all time. Xenoblade Chronicles gets honorable mention just because I clocked so much time into it in recent years. But I've technically only beaten the game once, so... But it was a really long playthrough. Like, after I beat the game, I spent like another 70 hours just doing side quests and stuff. Because I enjoyed it so much. I don't need this stuff. Well, I don't know. Maybe this is like opening up the exit and I just don't realize it. I'd rather use the BFG, but the double bow's fine if you're like right in front of the spawner. Oh, okay. Bonus level. That's good. You can get some money here. I actually, funny, you mentioned it, Sauter. I actually bought the Japanese version. I bought the Japanese version of Diablo. I don't plan on playing through that version. If I ever get a PlayStation ODE, optical drive emulator, then I will just download the ISO for the American version. And then I'll probably try to play through it eventually. The Japanese version is literally completely in Japanese. They actually translated the entire game along with the voices, so... It's a little cumbersome to play through. You can use like a translator app on your phone to work your way through it, but... I don't know. It's just a little too cumbersome. Speaking of PS1, Deadly says that some dude said in someone's stream that the SNES had PS1 graphics. Oh my god. Yeah, no. I mean, there are some PlayStation games that are very comparable to Super Nintendo games visually, like Hermie Hopperhead, and I think it would be a stretch to say Gunner's Heaven, but there are several other games that are definitely on that level of visual quality. But in terms of like 3D, which is what most games kind of like thrived on in the PS1 area, SNES was never close. The closest it got was Doom, and we all know how that turned out. It's an interesting and slash fun port for what it is, but it is, no, not PS1 level. That's not even 32X level. Yeah, we were talking on Discord earlier today about just people on the internet just being freaking weird. Everyone's an expert, but their expertise really stems from ignorance and lack of experience. Like, Timo had posted a picture, he was in some Discord, and this guy goes, God, the Sega Genesis only has one good game on it. Like, being serious? Like, give me a freaking break, dude. Give me a freaking break. This is why I tend to hate people on the internet more often than I like them. Alright, I'm gonna use my BFG through this wall here. I'm just waiting for it to charge up. Running Ranger R2 graphically looks like a PS1 game? Yeah, I don't agree with that. It looks good, but I don't think it looks like a PS1 game. It's got a lot of layers of scrolling and big sprites and stuff like that, but it's clearly using that popular mid-90s digitized graphics style and doesn't hold up very well at all. That's a game I'm going to have to try to learn as well. I've played it, but I haven't ever finished it. I think Rendering Ranger looks like a PS1 game if you're only comparing it to, like, the lowest of the low PS1 games. Again, some of those games that, like, clearly could have been done on Super Nintendo. But for an SNES game, it is still impressive, if you ask me. Alright, so I'm basically just looking for switches now to activate my exit, and it's somewhere on these logs. That might have been it. Let's see. Anything around here? There we go. Punky skunk. Looks like it was G2A. Didn't have the game you were looking for, but bookmarked it for future reference. Okay, yeah, no, G2A is it's a decent site, Leo, if you're trying to look for cheap keys. Oh, man. So, I've got 1,800 gold. Again, I'm actually maxed out on... just about maxed out on potions and keys, so I'm gonna actually upgrade my, strength. So you can actually, you know, save your money and buy actual stat boosts, which is nice. Now, each class does have, like certain caps. So, like, the archer's strength can only go up so high, but the warrior's strength can go a lot higher. So, something to consider when you're playing the game. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, guns. And I just try to stay away from it. I just try to stay away from it, man. I've been in this for so long. Not just in a YouTube sense, but just in like a personal sense. Gaming on dozens of different platforms for decades and decades now. So when I hear comments like that, I just roll my eyes and I just ignore the person, basically. It's like, it's not even worth trying to have a conversation with someone like that. Which is unfortunately, like, you know, kind of like the mindset I've fallen into as I've gotten older, but it's like, I don't have that much energy to deal with people like that anymore. You know? So, yeah, it is what it is. Is the VMU display used for anything of interest in this game? It just shows a icon of your character on the VMU, and that's pretty much it. So, yeah, it doesn't look like it cycles to any stats or anything like that. Which is fine, because, like, you don't want to be looking off the screen in this game. Definitely a game you want to always be focused on, you know, with intent, because, you know, you're getting bombarded from all sides. Alright, let me go back down this elevator. Actually, I'll come here first. We have gained a level. Let's throw a potion. So we can get another potion and be maxed out again. By the way, for you guys that have heard me say things like, Austin needs food badly. For those of you guys that have never played any Gauntlet game, you'll understand that eventually once you hear the sound call out in this playthrough. Pac-Man Museum. Isn't that just like a basic port of Pac-Man and that's pretty much it? Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. By the way, one game I do want to get on 360, I want to try to track down a physical copy, is the Namco Museum for 360. It's got a ton of games on it. It's one of the best Namco museums you can get.
Your magic is full.
Yeah, go ahead and use another one. Wow, that didn't really do much. I threw that way too far. So if I'm maxed out on potions and I see a potion, then I'm going to use one that I have so I can pick it up and make use of it. It's a compilation of about 10 games. What? And that was a 360 game? I don't know why I've never heard of that. Alright, so those elevators are eventually gonna pop up. Another BFG. Boom. Yeah, I got the archer all the way down. All the way down the hill. Is this a keyed door? It's not. I didn't think so. The visuals are so low res compared to modern 3D games that it's difficult to see details like, is there a door lock on there? You know. It's like now I'm staring at it, I can see, but if I'm just running right past it, it's really hard to tell, especially with the frame rate. And you know how I complain about frame rates a lot. This is one of those types of games where like I feel like 60 FPS doesn't matter as much. Like yes, it would be nice, but yeah, the game is perfectly playable as is. I don't really have issues with the frame rate in this game. It's not as good as the arcade game, obviously, but it's still solid. The PS2, Xbox, GameCube Dark Legacies, they run a lot nicer than this does, overall, I'd say. Maybe one of these years I'll get around to doing Dark Legacy on PS2, but that's a huge game. There's a lot of collectibles in that. Way more collectibles than this game. It's another reason why I kind of prefer playing Legends as opposed to Dark Legacy. Like, not only do you have to find obelisks and runestones in that, but you also have to find, like, these crystals. And there might even be another form of collectible that I'm forgetting about, so... You need a lot of time to actually, like, fully complete that game. And I've never actually done that. No, I have. I did it on Xbox, the original Xbox, back when it came out. I haven't done it since, because it's such a daunting endeavor. Gauntlet Legends is still not what I would call a short game, but if you know what you're doing, you can actually run through this in like an afternoon. It is totally doable. Yeah, me too, Deadly, me too. Oh wow, Leo, yeah, that sounds like a pretty good compilation. I didn't realize I was on 360. I guess because I already had a lot of those games individually. Like I have Champion Edition, maybe, I might even have Champion Edition 2. I think Pac-Man 256 was one of them. Wait, was that 360 or was that Xbox One? I don't remember. And I've got Miss Pac-Man and regular Pac-Man. Got an apple. Oh yeah, Pac-Man's pretty fun. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting, very early side-scrolling platformer. Okay, I want to get him stuck, and I did. I assume I'm hitting death right now. I hope I'm hitting him. Oh, 256 was Xbox One. Okay. I get him confused sometimes because, yep, we got him. He's dead. I get those confused sometimes because I play a lot of my 360 games now on Xbox One. So I'm used to seeing like the Xbox One tiles mixed in with 360. Man, you know what we need on Xbox One and PS4? It's a Gauntlet Legends port. That would be amazing. Definitely need that. Yeah, we got these kamikazes as well. We haven't seen many of them yet, but if you see them, kill them immediately. Don't let them run towards you. Another strategy I used to do in the arcade was... great. Was just like, you know, shoot, then run, shoot, then run, shoot, then run. That way I'm hitting enemies as I'm making them appear on screen. The Lamp of Dark Destruction, nice. So what that is I think the lamp is actually used against the genie? No, it's not. Yeah, so you can get like these special weapons that are used on boss fights, and it'll take like a huge chunk of the boss fight's health off. And I don't remember which items... Yeah, I don't remember which items, you know, work on what bosses. I know there's like a scimitar. I want to say the scimitar works against like the chimera. I mean, maybe the lamp works against the genie. I mean, genie, lamp. So that's actually an interesting strategy to think about if you know the game well and you're trying to play through it. It might be worthwhile playing to all the stages that have the boss items. Getting those, and then killing the bosses one by one. Something I never actually really thought about until now. Yeah, we might have to explore backwards again, because I'm not sure where the runestone is, if there's one in this level at all. Archer up top. Now, typical traps in this game, they're just on timers. It's like this fire right here, right? 1, 2, 1, 2. You know, it's just, if you see a trap like that, just wait until it's not doing its thing. There are lots of, like, spike traps, things like that. You know, this blade, it's the same concept. 1, 2, 1, 2. So just wait and then go when there's an opening. It's not hard. It's the thing about Gauntlet Legends and Dark Legacy. It's like, there's not a lot of, like, real challenging moments. What these games do is they prey on players' inability to be disciplined. That's one of the things I've loved about these games, though, is that, like, once I learned how to play disciplined, the games just started to become a lot more fun. They felt a lot less spammy, and it was like I felt like I was in control of the game, even in the arcade versions. And usually arcade games, especially by Western developers were really bad about this, is making games, like, ridiculously difficult, like, completely unfair. Because, like, the idea is to take your money in an arcade situation, right? make the games fun enough to where people are going to want to put money in, but make them hard enough to where, like, they're not going to really survive, and they're just going to siphon the quarters out of your pockets. Now, one thing that's interesting is as you do damage to the spawners, you know, the smaller the spawner size is, the smaller the enemies will be. It's kind of interesting. Now, I don't know what that switch activated. I have no idea where to go. This is from earlier. Alright, I guess let's just try to push forward. Wherever forward is. Green switch down there. That just leads me back down here, and I don't really want to be here. Oh. Okay. Alright, so I have to go back up top. Yeah, I mean, myself and Leo included, we'll recommend those 1700 homebrew ports like all day long. They're really good. Yeah, I'm technically going backwards. Yeah, see, I actually want... I want to go back up there, but the elevator's not down for some reason. Okay, I guess it's not really what I want. So I guess we're moving towards the exit here. But I know I want to do something with that raised trunk.
X-ray glasses.
Okay, the X-ray glasses let you see into like barrels and chests. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot some of these chests actually cycle. Like they cycle the items that are inside them. It's interesting. Okay. Not really sure how to do this. Like, I assume I can get up there. But I'm not sure. It's not going up on its own. Okay. Just lets me go back down. Yeah, I'm just worried we might have to backtrack in case, like, I missed the rune or something, if there's one in here. Ah! It's right there. Here I'm worrying about, like, all these other platforms, and there's my rune. Behind a oversized leaf. That's it. Alright, well now we can breathe easy.
Limited levitation.
Yeah, limited levitation lets you walk over certain traps, like spikes. And maybe even these poisonous flames. Let's see. Yeah, you can walk over those too. Now I haven't gotten an obelisk yet, and I'm not entirely sure if I need all the obelisks to get to the end of the game. I probably do. Okay, we just fell back to the ground. Poison. Alright, let's go back this way. Alright, that's the exit. Let's see what's over here. Yeah, so that's not opened. Man, I am losing my focus. I'm gonna have to use the restroom after this level. I'm gonna save it and then take a quick break. And it's 8:35 p.m. I think I'm gonna feed my cat at the same time. We're almost 2 hours in. Wow, 2 hours in already. That's crazy. Doesn't feel like it. Alright, so I've got 1,200 gold. I think I'm good on keys. Let's just buy some strength. We're at 535 strength. I can still buy a key too. Why not? Alright, looks like we have our boss level open. It's very interesting. Alright, let's go ahead and character management. Save. Yeah, definitely gonna grab some water, Uber. Probably not a snack because I went to Subway right before starting the stream. But definitely gonna get some water. So, but yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. I'll only be a couple minutes, so I will be right back. All right, I am back. And I've opened my game room door as well, so we'll probably have a kitty joining us shortly. Oh, man. Oh, right on, Leo. Yeah, I'll be here. Yeah, and it's late for Davey. I don't blame you, man. Thanks for stopping in, Davey. It's good to see you again. Alright, got some sparkling water. And I think we already saved our character, so... now, if you want to prepare for boss fights, what you can do is, you know, go play a previous level again, just to get health back. And, honestly, I kind of want to see if... Man, I kind of want to see if that lamp we got actually works against the genie. I'm trying to remember, is it the lamp that works? Well, what I can do, actually, which is kind of fun, is save it. And then if it doesn't work, I can just reload my game. It's one thing I love about this era of gaming and on, is they give you that option a lot of times. It's like, you're not just locked into whatever you're doing. It's like, save anywhere you want. Yeah, it really is Crestline. Yeah, look at that. I've got the... Yep, it does. And it only did like a quarter of his health, too. That's kind of disappointing. Let's go grab this. Oh, it sort of stunned him, though. I see. Yeah, that's what it's doing, is it stunned him. This kind of gives you a taste of, like, the next boss. Is the bosses have specific patterns. So for him, you need to just avoid his projectiles one by one. You don't want to be spamming attacks. It's like when he does that laser, you want to move down. And I know I covered this in my previous episode all sorts of years ago. But this is just to give some of you new viewers a taste of like what the boss fights are like. They're very pattern-based. Got hit by the laser again. Not doing a lot of damage, thankfully. Level 50 Ranger. So you don't want to stay down low because he'll actually hit you with his swords. I love the backdrop in this level. It's like you're out just in like the middle of the desert doing this. It's pretty cool. We're doing a lot of good damage, actually, come to think of it. Ow, way too close. So for a lot of these bosses, what I do is I dodge an attack, then I just attack once or twice. And then that's it. It's all about playing safe on these bosses. Looks like I'm going to leave this boss with less health than I had coming into it, but we still have a ton of health, so it's not really a big deal. This is actually good practice to, like, sort of remember for myself how to do these boss fights. Like I said, it's been years since I played this. Now, I don't like wasting potions on bosses. It doesn't do that much damage. You're better off using them during the levels themselves. Makes a much bigger impact. Especially if you're one of those people that has trouble with the Grim Reaper. Oh, he's almost dead. But these bosses, they're endurance battles. Very typical of arcade games like this. Now, another strategy is using your green super, or your green turbo attack, which is just like a larger arrow. It does more damage. But unfortunately, I've actually forgotten to do that, and so my meter's just charged up all the way. And that's it. He also drops money. So, another fun way to get some cash. But yeah, I just wanted to test that because I forgot about the lamp. And the camera's struggling to zoom out. Alright, there we go. That's it. Alright, good stuff. I'm just pounding down 2 cans of sparkling water, so I might have to use the bathroom again soon. Oh man, I just cracked open my second can. Let's just do strength. Growth is just a temporary power-up, just makes you bigger, so don't confuse that for like a stat boost. Same with like reflex shot. Hey, Patchouli. But yeah, that was fun. We had already beaten that boss previously, but it was just good to test that lamp as well as show some of you new viewers what like bosses are like in this game. So now we're gonna go to the boss of the forest area, and it's gonna be like a spider chick. And if I remember correctly, I think the strategy on her is just to kind of like constantly run around the arena, like in circles. Yeah, we didn't get an obelisk in the forest areas. I feel like I'm gonna have to find it. I feel like it's mandatory for some later part of the game, and I'm just completely forgetting what that is. Oh, look at that! I have the special for the spider. I must have got this in like... I don't remember where I got that. It was in one of the previous realms. I'm trying to remember the strategy and it's not working. Like, dude, look at that damage he's doing to me. Let me use another potion. Oh, potions do okay damage. Yeah, she's so fast, it's just not working. Man, I really wish it was like 2001 me and I just remembered these strategies. Yeah, it's that whip attack that is the worst. Oops. Well, maybe you just need to play... Okay, never mind. I was gonna say play the long distance game, but it's not working. We're gonna have to do a couple rounds of the first level again. Just to get our health back and get our stats up, or get our potions up. Just gonna tank. Just tank. I've got the health. It's not how I want to do it, because like we just beat the genie with only taking like 6 or 7 hits, and then we got wrecked by Spider Bitch. Alright, well the forest realm is done.
Now that you have found all 4 shards, go to the altar of scorn and banish him from the realm.
You mean like streaming them, Velcro? Probably not, because I'm awful at those games. As far as owning them, probably not either, because I don't have a lot of nostalgia for them. I actually have access to a Gauntlet arcade machine up the street from me, which is cool. I get to play it every now and then, and it's pretty fun. Alright, let's try armor. And then we're going to play the first level a couple of times just to boost our stats. I think what happens now is we have to go to, like, the battlefields or something like that. I don't know, let's see. Oh, we've gotten all the obelisks. Okay. Well, we're good. Cool. Alright, so, again, let's save it and do the first level a couple of times, get some health back and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, Velcro, when it comes to, like, actual arcade cabinets, quote-unquote expensive is kind of relative. I don't know if an original Gauntlet itself is actually that expensive in terms of, like, on the scale of what arcade machines usually, like, can cost. Anywhere from a few $100 up to a couple thousand. Gauntlet might even be on the cheaper end. Like, you might be able to get one for, like, $400, $500. I'm not sure. I haven't specifically looked up Gauntlet prices. But it's such a popular game, I'd imagine that it's probably on the cheaper end. Because there's so many of them out there. But if you're not used to owning arcade machines, then yeah, $400 or $500 is going to seem like a huge investment. But trust me when I say they can go... arcade cabs can go way more than that. Like, I want to get another Killer Instinct cabinet eventually, but those suckers are probably like $1,000 to $1,500 right now. Like, they've jumped up in price a lot. KI2, I think, has also gone up. I think it's at least $1,000 now. When I had my last one, it was like $600. Yeah, my only problem with a cab right now is that I live on the 2nd floor still, and I don't really want to own another one until I'm on a ground level. I mean, I have thought about another arcade one-up, but money's a little tight on that end. And the only one I want right now is the Outrun stand-up cab, which I'm not sure if actually came out yet. I need to check. Arcade one-ups, they kind of get you close to the real deal. Not quite, obviously, but they're a hell of a lot easier to get upstairs than full-size machines. Oh yeah, Soul Edge's Uber Disco, they're not very expensive. A lot of those Namco fighters are pretty cheap, actually, relative to other games. And the thing about those is that they don't usually have dedicated cabinets. They were usually, I think... Those Namco fighting games were usually in, like, conversion cabs. And so that's another reason why they go a little bit cheaper, is there's not really collectible value to them, because they're always in conversion cabinets. So the cabinets themselves aren't really worth anything. Yeah, I actually didn't get that much health from that run. We'll do it again. Oh yeah, NBA Jam is great, Crestline. Yeah, Golden Tee Velcro kind of gets crapped on when it, like, you know, when, like, hardcore arcade players, you know, you start talking to them about arcade games, but, like, those are fun games in the bar. I would drink some beers and play some Golden Tee. It's good stuff.
are now entering the Valley of Fire.
Yeah, Midway Games, they did a lot of dedicated cabinets, like a lot of Mortal Kombats and Mortal Kombat 2s and 3s, Killer Instinct 1 and 2, Gauntlet Legends, stuff like that, NBA Jam. A lot of times you find those in actual dedicated cabinets, and those are, you know, more valuable than just like Mortal Kombat, the PCB, and some random cab with some random ass button layout, you know. Yeah, I missed that apple last time. Yeah, what I like about just playing this first level over and over is I'm getting a little bit of experience points every time, but I'm also getting more items. You know, getting a little bit of money, so I'm boosting my stats afterwards. I'm getting health. Ideally, you want to try to go through this without taking much damage. That way, the health pickups you get are more meaningful. Yeah, I came into this with like 1,600 health. Now I'm up to 1,850. 1,900. Of course, by not playing carefully, I'm losing my health too, so... not good. Yeah, actually, that was a good health boost overall. I probably got close to 400 hit points back. I'm gonna do it one more time. Oh yeah, Uber, get a mister, man. I mean, that's just so good. Especially when you, like, you hook up the, you could, hell, you could hook up the Mr. 2 in arcade cab if you want to, with, like, a conversion. And actually, you know what? I'm probably good to do the next level without, like, grinding anymore, so let's go ahead and save it and just try to progress on. Oops, no. Don't want to do that. Gotta be careful with these save menus. But Julie? Hey, what you doing? Alright. Oh yeah, no, you definitely get more value out of a mister. I mean, arcade cabs are really cool, but they're only as good as how many boards you can swap into them. The Desecrated Temple. Huh, now I'm wondering if the battlefield's actually in this level. I feel, or in this game, I feel like it is. We might have to do the temple first. Yeah, you'll notice that my familiar is now... Oh, that's actually a power-up I've got. Never mind. It's gonna go away. There we go. I was like, ooh, it got upgraded. Yeah, this is a super grindy level. And he is back, nice and clean. Very nice. You want to destroy all these purple platforms. This is where the game, it becomes blatantly obvious that it was designed with multiple players in mind. So trying to do this solo gets pretty dicey. Stop time. Very good power for this level. It's good to be playing this game again. I do enjoy Gauntlet Legends a lot. Like I said, I binged the arcade game a ton back in the day, and I don't exaggerate that when I say that. Like, I spent so much of my life for that like 1 year just binging that game. Alright.
Green Archer has gained a level.
Level 53. I believe the max level is 99. Like, one strategy is just to kind of stand back and punch the enemies because it builds your turbo meter faster. It's more risky because you're more likely to take damage, but I want to use my BFG on these guys. Like right now. There was the Grim Reaper right here, but there is this Halo. The Halo, I think, absorbs health from the Grim Reaper. Oh, I thought it did.
Green Archer has gained a level.
Is he dead? Yeah, I think he's dead. Yeah, for some reason I thought that like it would actually absorb health from him. Unless maybe it's just absorbing lots of experience or something, because I'm surprised I leveled up again. Yeah, that's what it's doing. It's giving me tons of experience. That's pretty cool.
Reflective shot.
Oh, I shrunk the enemies too. So when the enemies are shrunk, any enemy that took multiple hits will now just get killed in a single hit. That's kind of what's nice about that. Leo's also back, nice and clean. Use the reflex shot. Now, one thing that's cool about your familiar is its shots can actually go over certain, you know, barriers, whereas your main shot cannot. Sometimes you can get it to cut through and take out a spawner for you. But no, it's not doing enough damage for those guys. Just staying behind these barriers. I want to save my health. But I'm also trying to build up my super. You know, like I said earlier, this is more of a game of discipline. And it's like, yeah, I could try to rush in and just kill all these enemies, but I'm not timed. You were timed in the arcade version on default settings. If the operator was nice, they turned that crap off, though. Because being timed in a game like this is so annoying. But if you're not timed, like I'm not right now, then you can just sit back and just wait for your meter to charge up. You know, maybe if there's like one spawner, I'll go in just like that. But for the most part, I'm just, I'm sitting back, just waiting for things to happen. Like, waiting for my things to charge up. Alright, let's do this. Get rid of both those spawners. And just run around. Let's see, are there any items back here? I don't think so. Yeah, I do remember this. Just waiting for this to charge up. Now, you notice there's a spawner over there on the top left. I think I can hit it from here. Again, with that like crazy vertical... Yeah. The vertical collision detection. Just take advantage of it. Probably have to come back here. And we're gonna do the same thing again, basically. I wish it would charge faster, but I mean, that's what the point of melee attacking is for. You know, if you're doing melee attacks, you build your meter faster. So, again, like I said, there is auto-aim in this game. But another purpose of the analog controls is to, like, override the auto-aim. If you're forcefully pushing the analog stick, in a direction other than where the auto aim is trying to send your shots, you will override the auto aim. So it's really good to try to get used to being able to do that, just overriding the auto aim. Like right here, like I'm trying to shoot, and like sometimes it's hitting like the left barrier. I want to actually push the analog stick more towards the right of the barrier, so I can actually hit some enemies. Gotta use my double bow more often, and that is something that I believe we need. I think it's a safe bet. I don't remember if I need to go somewhere else. I do. Okay, cool. Tons more enemies. Nice. Got all of them. Got 1,800 gold from that. I'm gonna buy lots of keys, because, yeah, I had 0.
You are now entering the altar of Scorn.
Oh, no. No, no, no. Okay, this is not what I was planning on. That's gonna hurt. Alright, the item is not in effect anymore, so I need to actually kind of play this out normally. Another reason I like the archer is I think dodging this guy's attacks are a little bit easier. That fire laser, though, is kind of brutal. It's looking kind of, well, I was going to say he cycles through certain attacks, but he sort of does. This is not looking good, though. Food, I need a miracle. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, you were so close. Now I can't remember, like, that's the final boss in the arcade game, but like I can't remember if there's like a dark version of him. Because there's this area here that we still have to play. There's still 3 more levels. So I'm feeling like we beat him, then we have to go play these levels, and then we have to go do like the actual final stages. Alright, let's do a couple more of these, because we're obviously going to need it. I was not expecting that. I thought I was going to be taken back out to the hub. Like I said, it's been so long since I've actually beaten this version of the game, let alone played it, that I completely forgot I was going to go straight to Scorn. But what sucks is that means we're going to have to do that whole cathedral level again. And I could have defeated him, and I should have, but I was getting really lazy with the patterns. And it took me like half the fight just to figure out the patterns again, too. Yeah, you always want to pick up the rune. Because it gives you 500 bucks. So, that's just basically 500 gold for free. I mean, I might even play this level one more time. Alright, take it slow. And I know that's probably not the most enjoyable thing to watch, especially if you've been watching all the parts to this playthrough. It's like, you've probably already seen me do this a bunch of times. But unfortunately, this is kind of how Gauntlet Legends goes, is you really do end up having to grind out for health and whatnot. Otherwise, your chances of survival are extremely limited on like these later boss fights and levels. 2,224 health. So we'll do it again, which we can potentially come out with, I don't know, 2,600 health. Leo's favorite number. Austin needs food badly, and I actually kind of do. You know, I said, Uber was like, get a snack on your break. I'm like, I kind of wish I got a snack on my break. Let's go ahead and save it. One of my problems lately is I've been eating extremely poorly, and it's been causing some health issues, and I've been, you know, this week I've been trying to tone back on the junk food and eat healthier. And as a result, I'm hungry like every other hour. Like 2 hours went by today at work, and I was like, man, I need lunch. And I looked at the clock and I was like, wait, I've only been at work for 2 hours. I just ate breakfast 2 hours ago. Patchouli got food, actually. I fed her on my break, and she's right next to me sleeping. Post-food coma. Spam those patch emotes, folks. There you go, guys. Thank you. And those pineapples are good health. Yeah, sorry, Leo. No patch emotes here. One nice thing, though, for people that do watch on Twitch and YouTube is if you ever wanted to join up as a paid member, it is a lot cheaper to do so on YouTube. Whereas Twitch, you're forced to do a $5 a month minimum. On YouTube, I can have multiple tiers set up, and so I have a $1 a month tier for people that, you know, want to support and still get the emotes. Every tier gets the same perks. This isn't for Leo, because it's not really Leo's style, it's a sub. But for anyone out there listening, if you ever wanted to support, you can do that.
The Desecrated Temple.
And one thing I really like that YouTube's done is you can actually use the emoji in my comment section. So if you want to post a comment on any video, you can still use the emoji there. It's pretty cool. Alright, so this is going to be a little tedious, unfortunately, since we've already done this level once. I think this is the only level in the game where there's like a boss immediately after the level that you complete. Like, you're forced to go into the level, basically. Or into the boss. It's like I basically have to wait for my BFG to charge up. Yeah, you like the patchy with shades? Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny when I made it. I was like, oh man, that's too good. Oh, I was trying to do a melee attack. I didn't want to do that. It's fine. It's fine. How old is the house you're living in, Leo? I mean, because, like, if you're living in something that's ancient, then... I mean, that's just kind of how it goes, unfortunately, when you own a house. My parents are telling me about things like, you know, them having to, like, get their roof redone every X amount of years and telling me the price, and I'm just like, oh my god, I don't want to own a house now. You've got all sorts of other things that can go bad. I mean, you got, like, all your appliances. Yeah, you gotta worry about insects and stuff. I remember my parents were, they were doing something in one of their rooms. They had to, like, break down a portion of the wall. And apparently, like bees had been living inside their walls forever. They had to get them all cleaned out and whatnot. It's like, oh, dude, I don't even want to deal with that stuff. 1960, yeah. That explains things. I mean, it's like, you don't have to get these things done, right? But the problem is, if you don't, it's like, then you start encountering things like a leaking roof. And it's, yeah, it sucks. And it's, at least in this area, it's super expensive. I assume it's expensive everywhere. Just a wild guess. Home ownership sounds scary to me. Which is really sucks because, like, I don't like throwing away my money every month via renting. But via renting, I at least don't have to deal with that stuff. Like, if my roof ever starts leaking, you know, they'd send someone in and fix it. And it wouldn't cost me a dime. This is the apartment complex's responsibility, but man, oh, I'm so torn on the whole idea. Throw away my money every month via rent, or have a house that's going to be a money pit. I mean, at least with a house, like, it's kind of an investment. Like, you can sell it and, you know, get a lot of your money back. Maybe not all of it with all the expenses, but I don't know. Hey, Red Zero Ranger. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and just use potions and stuff like that to get through this a little bit faster, just because, you know, if I fail, I'm gonna be able to get them back anyway, just by playing that first level over and over. Karsten's back! Good to have you back, sir. We're getting near the end of the game, which is pretty cool. But if I remember correctly, some of those last few levels are really big, so it's not like we're just gonna end the game here in 5 minutes. It's not gonna happen. Especially with me being rusty at this game. That gold can wait. It's all about this spawner. Castlevania Gauntlet? Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe it would be cool. Maybe it wouldn't. My thing about Gauntlet is that it is pretty grindy. I think even the classic original Gauntlets were very grindy. So I'm not sure if that would really fit the Castlevania theme, you know? Hey William, welcome to the stream. Yeah, see, that's the thing with me, Leo, is I'm not really much of a handyman. Being a handyman doesn't really appeal to me, because I just have so many other hobbies that I want to spend time with, and like my dad, man, he's every weekend he's always working on the house, because him and my mom, they have so many projects with the house. And I'm just like, I don't want to be, you know, I don't want that to be my weekend, right? I mean, for some people it is kind of cathartic. They like doing stuff like that, but it's not really been for me. I'm the kind of person where I'm like, man, I hope to make lots of money one day so someone else can mow my lawn for me. You know, that sort of thing. Okay, I'm obviously missing something here. Yeah, and the same goes for like home repairs and stuff like that. I just don't want to mess around with it. That's what I'm missing. Velcro goes, I love mowing the lawn. Yeah, my mom mows the lawn once a week. And she's got a decent-sized front yard and backyard. That's hours of her life she's got to throw away. Oh, man. Alright, well, let's hope that we can do this. Where's my switch? Oh, there it is. Hey, Brian, welcome back. You love the lighting for the stained glass windows. Yeah, it's a cool aesthetic. Really is. Hmm. Let's do the three-way shot, and I guess just upgrade. Well, let's do growth. That'll be fun. Yeah, Carson, it really was a lot of fun. They usually came in like big screen formats with like, you know, 4-player control panels. Hey, Boss and Burf. Sweet. I'm glad I bought those power-ups. I forgot you can actually buy, like, good power-ups. Oh, and I don't remember which one I want here. Yeah, we have to do the battlefields now. Yeah, and so I think you have to fight Scorn again, and he's like a dark version or something. I don't remember. I'm just speculating. Finally getting to Quelaag in Dark Souls. Nice, Karsten. Making progress. It's good to hear. Alrighty. Well, I don't really want to do it, but I need to try to get some keys and stuff like that. So we're going to do the first level again. And then, like I said, I pounded down a bunch of water, so I'm going to have to take a quick bathroom break after that. It'll only take me like 2 seconds. Can you rebattle him? I don't know. I've never tried. But the gear that you get, I think it's just like a temporary item going into the next level, so it's nothing special. Hey, Mike.
You are now entering the valley.
See, like, I could play some other levels to try to get weapons and stuff and items. Not weapons, you know what I mean. Just get, like, beef up my character a little bit more. But this is the fastest level. It's not long at all. So it's best for me to just constantly come back to this stage. It's the most efficient at what I'm trying to do. Oh, I don't even have a key. Yeah, see, there's a potion. What I like about this Scorn attack is that it's got some blast radius. Yeah, so the reason there were 4 items there, by the way, after you beat Scorn, is, you know, you're intended to be playing in 4-player mode. So that's why I could only pick up 1. There, I guess it's intended just 1 per character. 1 per player, I should say. And I'm pretty sure it's going to time out eventually, just like a regular power-up. It'd be really cool if it doesn't, but I'm pretty sure it does. Yeah, it's worn off. It's gone. It's anticlimactic. It's like, woo, I got a new upgrade. Oh wait, it doesn't really last for even half a level. That's a bummer. "2014-ish Gauntlet." I haven't actually gotten a chance to play that. I wanted to, but I wasn't able to. Yeah, we have a bunch of keys. That'll make life a little bit easier. Alright, let's see. Rune hint. At the end of the battlefield. Okay. Yeah, it is nice they actually give you hints. But yeah, so the battlefields here. These were like in Dark Legacy. They weren't in the original Gauntlet Legends arcade game. So basically, after you beat, you know, the Forest Realm, you go straight into Scorn's like last level or 2 or whatever. And it's like fire themed. I don't remember if you go to like the no, I'm pretty sure you go to like the chapel that we just were at, but then you go to some kind of fire stage, which is extremely difficult. But you don't do the battlefield. So Gauntlet Legends on Dreamcast kind of has it's like an interesting hybrid between Dark Legacy and the original Gauntlet Legends arcade game. There's like a few levels from Dark Legacy in here, you know, interspersed between the standard Gauntlet Legends arcade levels. And some of those levels, even the arcade levels, have been restructured. So, alright, like I said, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I will be right back, so don't go anywhere. Alright. Earthless Prelude. Yeah, I never heard of that one. Oh man, yeah, thanks for the reminder in the Gauntlet 2014. I do want to check that out. I remember it looking pretty cool. I also want to go back and try Seven Sorrows again, which is PS2 and Xbox. Might have come out on GameCube as well. Pretty sure I still have the PS2 one. I remember liking what I played of that one, but I got really discouraged when I played it for a couple of hours and it didn't take my save file. Or like, it didn't save my character stats. And I was like, alright, I'm never playing this again. It's really aggravating, because I was like legitimately enjoying that game. Original Gauntlet on NES? I have not, Karsten. Does that even end? Yeah, the classic Gauntlet games are extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. Your wife remembers Seven Sorrows. Nice. Demon dogs. Ah, crap. Trying to figure out how I can get him stuck. Alright, you know what? Just screw it. Just do that. Use a potion. I prefer to get him stuck so I can kill him without using a potion. Do I like the Dynasty Warriors games? I enjoyed a couple of the old ones, but I wouldn't say like I'm a huge fan or anything. I played a lot of Dynasty Warriors 2, and then I played quite a bit of Part 3. But it's not a series I've really ever felt the desire to go back to. I do actually have Part 2 on PS2. I might try to fire that up on Twitch sometime soon. Arcade Gauntlet's better if you turn the ticking timer down. I think it's a really stupid gameplay mechanic. It's not... I mean, it's not even well suited to the arcade, honestly. The only reason it's there is to siphon money out of you. I mean, the games are hard enough as is without your health constantly ticking down. But yeah, I pride myself with Gauntlet Legends in particular, being able to go through the game without having to continue, you know? That was one of my favorite things at the arcade, was just getting so good at Gauntlet Legends that I can go through like a couple hour-long game without adding in any more credits. Yeah, I don't know, Karsten. It's something I'll have to look into. I am curious if NES Gauntlet actually ends. I mean, because if it does, maybe I'll try to actually beat that game one day. I wonder why BFG will still kill these things from this high up. Let's see. No. Darn. NES Gauntlet ends after 100 levels. Okay. And I know there are like level warps in that game, right? You can skip ahead a few levels. I wonder how challenging it is. man. Oops. That was my fault. Should have taken my time. Yeah, the nice thing about buying keys between levels as well is that, like, you won't have to feel so... like, the need to be stingy with your key usage. It's like, oh, there's a locked door. I don't care. I've got 9 keys. I saw that there was a little platform. I see a golem up top as well. Oh, I messed up my BFG. I like when the camera dips low like that. Alright, let's go back for a second. There we go. Let's kill him from down below. I've not seen such bravery. Except the last time you did that, and the time before that, and time before that, and the time before that. Oh, is that seriously it? Oh. Yeah, that's it. I thought I was on to something, guys. Oh yeah, the AI is very simple in this game. Basically, enemies spawn out. It's like Doom, where they just... they home in right to you. You know, it's pretty basic. Although the Doom AI is more complex because enemies do have different attack patterns in that game. In this game, it's all very basic. And the original Gauntlet arcade game was very much the same way. I missed a barrel. Now I'm wondering if like I missed a key or something. Or a secret. Oh, I did not. Wait, what? Okay. That makes no sense. What am I doing? Oh, okay. I didn't see that. So I didn't check the level description. Like, I don't know if I'm actually at the battlefield right now. It doesn't tell you what level you're at. But there was a hint saying that, you know, there's a secret at the end of the battlefield. And that runestone's mandatory. All right, later, Andy. And by the end of the battlefield, they might mean like the last stage of the last 3 stages. I don't know. I have like no gold. Jeez.
You are now entering the Battle Trenches.
Battle Trenches 2. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe it's on level 3, not level 1 there. Oh, I didn't save it. Oh, I can't say. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I gotta do all 3 of these levels without saving? Oh, see, that's extra BS, man. They better not make me fight, like, Final Scorn after all of these without being able to save. That'd just be garbage. See, now I'm worried. Well, maybe it won't, because it's going to require me to get the runestone.
Traps make some objects move.
Ow, I did not see him until I attacked. Got him. It's not gonna let me go back down. That sucks. Great. It's gonna take me back down. Okay. Okay, that's, I mean, that's sort of fine. That's sort of what I wanted. See if it takes me back up. Okay.
was an heroic
All right, see you, Crestline. Enjoy your night. Interesting. I'm not certain what that switch did. There we go. Ooh, got a firewall shield. That's actually a pretty good pickup, but it doesn't last very long. Gives you an early God of War vibe. Oh man, now that's another game I want to try to play through. I've never beaten that game. Remember the last copy I had of the game just kept freezing after like the first level. I was so sad because it was such a cool game. Alright, see you, Karsten. At what level do you get your large familiar? I don't know. I thought it was 50, but now I'm thinking it's 75. I assume this is not the large familiar. It still looks pretty small to me. Yeah, I really have no idea. There we go. This makes me want to play some Dungeon Explorer on Sega CD. Dungeon Explorer is, well, it was a game that started on the TurboGrafx and PC Engine. And there was a spin-off game on the Sega CD, and basically they were all sort of Gauntlet clones. But the original games in particular had like actual talking and like towns and stuff like that. So the originals were almost like a cross between like Zelda and Gauntlet. The Sega CD game, on the other hand, was brand new, and it's much more of a shameless Gauntlet clone. But it's a good one. It's a very good one. It's a lot of fun. Got the halo. I prefer to pretend like the digital pictures games don't exist. Actually, I'm not gonna lie, I do have a soft spot for Sewer Shark. And Double Switch, honestly, but that game is just way too hard for its own good. So I'm not sure if those big rocks like disappear or anything. I'm just running around in circles. Yeah, never been a fan of these levels, honestly. It's just way too many long straight hallways, just too maze-like. I don't really enjoy them. This kind of level design is I've never been a fan of, especially like even more modern, like, first-person shooters and stuff, when you're tasked with going into trenches, it just never entertains me. Too many hard corners, everything looks the same. It's hard to tell where you are. Fire breath. Yeah, and I'm not sure what that switch did either. I'm at a loss. It's another reason I don't like levels like these. I have a tendency of getting lost in them. Oh, is that what that did? Hey, progress. Sustenance. Oof, I did it again. That's the second time I've done that on this level. Alright, I'm not gonna fall for it a third time. Nice. Okay, cool. Alright, I've got 7 keys, so I'm gonna go for potions. It's sending me back to the tower. Oh no. I have to play one of those damn levels over again. You son of a gun. Oh, jeez. I don't want to do this again. You bastard. Well hidden at the end of the battlefield. Which battlefield? The first or the second one? Oh god. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna look up a quick walkthrough. Because I'm not gonna spend like the next hour and a half trying to figure this out. Oh, you know what? I think I'm just getting myself confused. I think both of those levels were part of the same teleporter. Because this YouTube video I'm seeing, it's like a totally different level. I have not gone to. I think that's what's going on.
You are now entering...
Yeah, the Fortified Towers.
Fortified Towers.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and just play it out then. Alright, level 61. Does this fire hurt me? It does. That's what I figured. Should have known better. And it's like, it's kind of interesting. Well, maybe more weird than interesting, but the soundtrack is like doing like hard rock electronic remixes of earlier music in the game. And everything's taking a lot more damage now. Oops, oops. Keep running over these fire things. Let's use our BFG. Alright. Getting hit by everything, because I'm being lazy. Alright, three-way shot. Three-way shot, in my opinion, is probably the best power-up in the game. So you don't see it that often. Well, I guess technically there was the five-way shot, which I guess would be better. But yeah, you just tear through stuff so much faster with it. It's great against the boss fights too. Come on, auto aim, do your thing. There we go. Another golem. Oops.
Was an heroic effort.
I feel like something's supposed to come up here. Hey, look at that. When you're trying to attack a little bit faster, you're better off timing your attacks appropriately. If you're just mashing the button, it doesn't really work that well. Your shot timing is going to be really inconsistent. Again, you can just hold down the fire button, but it's slower than just tapping it at the right time. Oh, blew up a potion. That's okay. Exit, huh? Wish I could see what was back there. I mean, I'm probably good to exit.
You are now entering the
Fortified Towers 2. All right. Oh, so that was just a setup for this level. Okay, I see. I mean, that's clever. I like it when games do that. It reminds me of old first-person shooter levels. You need to go from one stage to the next, and not even old FPSs. There's like a lot of new Doom mods do the same thing, where like they show you the whole exit area, and then the start of the next level is the exit area you were just in, except with like a door locked behind you or something like that. It's cool. Look at my range. It's crazy range. Get rid of those enemies, get rid of that spawner. Hello, death. Ha 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 ha. Tank controls? No. No tank controls here. You push backwards, you just turn into that direction. So it's, yeah, no tank controls. I mean, there's no strafing unless you're holding down your turbo button. But even that isn't really that useful. I don't know if you can actually block in this by doing that. You can block in Dark Legacy. Got him. Whoa, that's timed? Okay. No, it's not. I saw those enemies in the bomber just spawn right in. Think I might do a secret character? No. So, for those of you guys just stopping in, I'm not sure if you guys are kind of aware of the backstory of this playthrough. This is a playthrough I started on my channel in 2017. And then I did a second part in early 2018. And I never went back to finish the playthrough. And someone had left a comment on one of those videos saying, hey, where's part 3? And I was like, oh, yeah, I should probably do that. And that was last week, and so here I am doing part 3 now. I have not practiced, I have no intentions of doing anything like secret-wise. This isn't like an ultimate walkthrough, it's just me kind of like finishing the game that we started years ago. But yeah, if I remember correctly, there are tons of like different secret classes you can get, which is pretty cool. There's a lot of replay value in this game. Man, I will say, now I do want to play some of the other versions of Gauntlet Legends. Like, I remember really enjoying the N64 version. It's trimmed down a lot, but it plays really fast. It's kind of interesting. And it's got even more levels from Dark Legacy in it. It's got a whole ice area. Actually, trying to stream Dark Legacy would be fun, but I'm just so unfamiliar with the entire package now that it would probably be a bad idea. Because there are a lot more collectible items to pick up in that game, too. Here we go. I still have a lot of health, which is good, and that's the exit, which is also good. Alright, just buy another key. Okay, so this third level is where we're gonna get our last rune stone. I didn't realize that each of these portals had 2 stages within them. So, character management and save it. I'm actually surprised we're coming out of these stages with more health than we did when we went in.
The Infernal Fortress.
Oh man, having the Dreamcast out though, I'd love to do more Dreamcast stuff. One of the problems with that though is, like, the only games I can beat on the system are, like, longer games. Dreamcast has so many arcade-style games where it's like Crazy Taxi, right? Love the game. It's one of my all-time favorites. But it's not a game you beat. You just, you know... It's a game you try to be as good as you can at, and then you get bent over eventually. It's not a game with an ending, basically. Well, actually, if you get a certain amount of points, you might get an ending. A brief ending, but... You know, so I don't... Yeah, it's like Gauntlet Legends. I can beat Record of Lodoss War, but that's a long game. I can beat some fighting games, so it's just, I don't know, I'd have to do like a variety stream. Play a bunch of different games. Oh, that's good, Leo. That's an awesome game. Now, if only my Xbox Live connection wasn't borked and we could actually play it online. Yeah, it's really solid, Leo. I mean, I might even say it's better than the original Hydro Thunder. It's more refined, right? A lot of those late 90s Midway arcade games, like, they're good games, but they weren't like the most refined pieces of work. I know that's gonna ruffle the nostalgia feathers in some of these people. What got me into Let's Playing? Basically, in 2009, I started a YouTube channel because I just got inspired to. And I was doing these little talk and play videos where I would just talk and sort of like give my opinions on a game as I was playing. And then about a year and a half later, I got my first capture card. And with that, I just, I was like, hey, I've got this capture thingy now. Let me see if I can just record like a full playthrough of Castlevania or Mega Man or something. And I added commentary to those playthroughs. And I did that for about a year. So I was basically doing long plays with commentaries added on top. And then I got lazy. I was like, well, it's taking an extra hour to record the commentary. Let me try to do it at the same time. And so I started doing Let's Plays just as a way to cut back on the amount of time it took to make the long plays. So that's kind of how I started doing Let's Plays. And it's been almost 10 years now doing Let's Plays. And then eventually I got into live streaming around early 2015. So I've been doing a mixture of live streaming and Let's Plays ever since. Yeah, Guns. I mean, Chris and I, we used to do a podcast together. You know, we were pretty close in the earlier days of YouTube. We did 70 podcast episodes together. Yeah, there's the runestone. I love it when they're just like in plain sight, so I know like the general vicinity. As opposed to it just being like stuck in some kind of random ass wall. Any Let's Players I look up to? No, because I actually, believe it or not, I actually don't watch Let's Plays. Because for me, it's like I'd rather play the game as opposed to watch someone play it. Now, if we're talking like live streamers, I mean, there are live streamers I like, but I mean, it's not really people I look up to. I look at the guys I watch. I look at more as like peers, not people that like are like inspire me. So I feel like I'm well past that. You know, I've been doing this for so long that, yeah, I just don't really think about it in that way. I mean, some of my friends on Twitch in particular, you know, they're heavy into the speedrun scene, and you know, we both watch each other stream. You know, and there's some guys I follow that are like really damn good at shmups in particular. You know, crazy respect for them. So, but I think a lot of us that do this a lot, we have our own strengths and weaknesses. There's some guys in the quote-unquote scene that they just focus on specific things, like, again, like shoot-em-ups or something like that. So they're, like, insanely good at those, but they don't really cover much else. I kind of see myself as more like jack of all trades, like, kind of decent across the board, but not like a master of none. Although I do have genres I am a lot better at than others. That I do kind of focus my channel on here and there. Yeah, it's actually really funny. When I got into YouTube videos, I was inspired by more like retrospective content. Because that's what I was into at the time. And I still watch a little bit of it these days, but I'm not as... You know, a lot of it for me is just kind of like been there, done that. Oh, yeah. Little Easter egg there, I guess. What advice would I give for someone trying to become a Let's Player? Man, I don't know, man, because honestly, I'm gonna say I don't really feel like I've found a lot of success with the whole thing. I've tried changing my format, making it, you know, a lot more editing and stuff like that, and try to actually provide more tips, and I just feel like it's sort of a dead thing now. Unless you're just someone that's been in it for a long time and already has, like, a couple 100,000 subscribers. I mean, I would obviously say... So, let's pretend like we're not just focusing on a Let's Play thing. If you want to get into making YouTube videos, first and foremost, you need good audio. You need to invest in a decent microphone. You have to sound good, otherwise people aren't going to want to watch your video, period, no matter what you have to say. 2, you have to speak relatively well. And, you know... For a lot of us, like, I'm not a public speaker. I've never liked doing that type of thing. So when I started, like, 12 years ago, I could not, like, hold a sentence to, like, or like, complete a sentence to save my life. I stuttered all over the place, and, you know, I still struggle today a little bit, but I'm way better now than I was when I first started. So for some people, it's going to be a practice thing. You're not going to, you know, for some people, you're not going to become a good speaker into a microphone overnight, but you need good audio. You need to be able to speak well. You need to have something to say. Like on a live stream, it's one thing. If you're just kind of playing the game, you just kind of go silent here and there. You know, if like you're playing a game like this and you're streaming for 5 hours, like you're not going to be able to talk the entire time. It is draining. And it's just, you know, sometimes people aren't going to be saying anything in chat, and it's just, it is what it is. But yeah, good audio, good speaking voice, and you need to have something to say. Like I guess my edge is that, like, I like to talk about gameplay mechanics. That's what my playthroughs kind of focus on. It's like, it's not so much about my opinions anymore, because that's just, I don't find a lot of value in that anymore. Just personally speaking, I don't really look up to people's opinions all that often because I've formed my own, and I'm pretty good at forming my own. I know what I like, and you know, so yeah, that's my personal focus is, you know, what I have to offer is talking about gameplay mechanics. Hopefully someone watches some of the content and they're like, oh, that's how you do that boss in Castlevania. I'm going to try to play that game again. That's kind of like what I want, right? So you got to figure out what kind of like focus you want in your videos, let's plays or not. That's very important. I don't recommend having a channel where you just do a lot of different things. I feel like that's a nail in the coffin. I mean, speaking of someone that was a variety channel for a long time before buckling down almost completely on playthroughs. Yeah, well, I'm naturally hard on myself. Guns is just how I always am. Which is why, like, positive feedback from people like my viewers is very valuable to me, because it kind of, like, reinforces that, like, I'm actually doing something decent here. Because actually convincing myself that I'm doing something decent is often very difficult, because I never see it that way. I'm like, God, I'm such a loser. I'm terrible. I'm an awful player. But yeah, those are kind of my tips. Also, if someone was going to start making videos, being consistent is extremely important. That's one area I haven't been doing very well at lately because I've had a lot of like work-life changes that haven't been particularly positive, so it's really affected how I can focus on my YouTube channel. Dude, it just keeps going up. It's teasing me, guys. They're teasing me with this runestone. But yeah, if you guys have any other questions about that subject, I love talking about it, because I don't get to talk about it very often. But yeah, something else to keep in mind with me, like I started making YouTube videos just like a few years after YouTube came into existence, right? So YouTube was a very different platform back then. And a lot of us had no idea what we were doing. There was no direction. It was just like we were all probably lonely people making content just because like it was new and fun and engaging for us. And so someone getting into YouTube now might get into it for different reasons. Like when we started, there was no monetization incentive or anything like that. You couldn't make any money off of the platform. We got the runestone. But today I find a lot of people getting into it because they're like, oh man, I can get ad revenue and donations and yada yada yada. And like, yeah, you know, that stuff can be nice here and there, but it adds an extra layer of complexity and stress to making stuff on the platform. It affects your taxes and so I still tell people these days another suggestion is just to get into it for fun and don't even think about the monetization angle. You just, you know, do it because you enjoy it. Another reason I kind of buckled down on playthroughs is because like I've always loved playing video games first and foremost. It's always been my #1 hobby, period. And by making content, I was able to play games and still feel productive at the same time. It's like, oh, I'm playing Super Ghouls and Ghosts for the 25,000th time. But I'm recording it this time. I'm going to add a commentary, so I'm being productive. I'm not wasting my life away just playing the same game I've already played a gazillion times. So, you know, there's that angle too. Hey, Chris, what's going on, man? Oh, well, I appreciate that, William. Alrighty. so we got the last runestone, so all we have to do is just beat this level, and then I guess we go to Scorn's final stages. Look at these monster closets. That is actually a new mechanic. You don't see that very often. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, if your channel for some reason blows up, you can make really good money on YouTube. But that's rare, you know? Everyone's trying to be a quote-unquote content creator. So, you know, one of the issues with YouTube, and this affects people like us that have been around a really long time, is that, you know, the platform is even more saturated now than ever. And I think it's only going to get worse. Like, there are only so many people to watch, but there are so many people making content at the same time, and people can't watch everything, right? Especially when it comes to, like, playthroughs. Like, playthroughs, they're very time-consuming. My average watch time for the playthroughs is pretty low, actually. It's probably like 10 to 15 minutes on average, and my playthroughs are like an hour long, usually. Something like that, right? So, a lot of people are, like, dipping out of the video pretty early. Because they got other things to watch, you know? And for all I know, they've probably watched Castlevania 1,000 times already, and they don't need my video on it. So, you know, that's another factor to consider. If you're thinking about, like, statistics and stuff like that, and potential for quote-unquote success, you know, that's a big factor to consider. Yeah, and that's another thing I tell people, Chris, is like, you know, if making money is your goal, you know, you're gonna have to put in thousands of hours to get anything out of it. No joke. Whereas, like, you can probably do better real-world side hustles if, like, making money is your goal. So again, get into YouTube because it's fun. Because it is fun, especially when you start. It's like a new frontier. I miss the old days where it was like new and fresh, right? Nowadays, like, as a channel, I'm just kind of maintaining. I've been doing it for so long. I still like it, but, you know, everything loses its luster eventually. And the same goes for, you know, making videos. The poor Dreamcast has even lost its luster with me. No, I still love it, though. Nothing will beat the first day I got the Dreamcast, though. That's for damn sure. Hey, bonus level, nice. Let's get some cash. Wonder which one this is going to be. There are a few different bonus level themes. Trenches. Okay, I don't think I've actually seen this one before. Jeez, this is a big one. Gold coins are worth the most. Yeah, I don't think you're going to ever be able to get all of them in this one.
Time is running out.
Yeah, definitely not. It's such a different dynamic. Like, they're going, but it's still remixes of earlier tunes in the game. I mean, I like it, but it's just, it's not what I ever expected, you know, for the soundtrack. Guns loves Austin Octobers. I just saw that now, sorry. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna have much this October with the work situation. It's just, everything is super weird right now. But we'll see. I had potential playthroughs lined up for last year and I wasn't able to get to them. And this year I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to either, because like I really like to practice for streams, especially my October streams. And I don't know if I'm going to have the time to do that, unfortunately, so... This might be the first October that's like completely lackluster. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, and I'm doing Let's Plays at a very slow clip right now, too, which means, like... I'm not sure if we'll even be able to do a horror-themed game for October. We'll see. Oh, yeah, no, that's another thing about YouTube, is you gotta get used to haters, because they pop in all the time. You know, everyone's got an opinion. And a lot of times those opinions are negative. Or like, even if like, it's someone that is trying to provide like constructive criticism, usually people are very poor at that, and it comes off as just really selfish, negative criticism. That's just kind of unwarranted, right? So, you know, trying to learn how to deal with that, too, is tough. I pretty much just ignore comments these days, or negative comments. You know, if you guys post positive comments, I love it. I mean, you guys will usually get a heart or something like that, if you do. But, negative comments in the beginning, it's hard to fight the urge to not respond. You know, as the saying goes, don't feed the trolls. I'm not gonna lie, I get kind of mean sometimes when someone just posts like a really idiotic, mean comment. I'll like call them something stupid and then like just delete their comment and block them. Kind of gets it out of my system, but generally it's better to just ignore them. Seriously. No sense in stressing over it. You played Dr. Chaos in my honor. We see, that is a game I want to learn. Like, legitimately. Like, I learned how to beat Super Pitfall. With the guide, I can probably beat Dr. Chaos. You think you can do better, then prove it. Yeah, that's probably what I should start saying. Because a lot of the comments are people that they don't make videos. They don't make content. And they think they're better than you. But they don't know what it's like being in your shoes, right? I know what it's like being in the shoes of someone that sucks. Because I've been there, right? And I'm definitely not perfect all the time. Far from it. But I mean, doing this on a regular basis, I mean, it's a lot of work. It doesn't look like it. Especially like with my Let's Play videos, you know, I sit there and I practice the games for like weeks on end. And it's such a time sink, right? And then all the video editing and all that junk. And I try to get better over time, you know, in my editing and presentation and whatever. And it's a slow process with this kind of content. But yeah, I mean, it's a good way of looking at it. It's like, well, if you think you can do better, then prove it. I like that outlook. I'm going to try to keep that in mind more often. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of dragging on, and by this point, we've been streaming for a little over 4 hours now. Yeah, this is one thing I don't like about the console version of Gauntlet Legends. Well, there are multiple versions. There's this, there's N64, there's Dreamcast. Sorry, PlayStation 1. As the game does drag on by the, you know, at the end. I really love the arcade game where once you complete the forest area, you just go back to, you go to the last couple of Scorn levels and then you're done. That's the whole game. Yeah, this definitely drags on. There's our exit, but we probably have to hit a switch of some kind. Man, I have a ton of health, too. I'm probably going to lose it all in the last level. Because like I said, the last level for Scorn is really, really hard. And I don't know how to get down there. Oh, that's the, okay. Alright, then what am I missing here? That's what I'm missing. Go figure. Alright, sweet. Oh man. Alright, so we're just gonna do some potions. And I guess the key. We there yet? We're getting very close, Brian. We're getting very, very close. I mean, this is like a redonkulous level. There's a good chance we're gonna have to do this multiple times. I don't know. We'll see. What's my next live stream? I don't have a plan, honestly, for my next live stream. I don't know what it's going to be yet. Like, even today's stream was completely unplanned. But I was kind of bored after work, and I just really did not know what to do. And so, I remember that guy's comment about Gauntlet Part 3, and I was like, you know what, I can probably do that without practicing it. It'd be nice to get that one off my plate. Yeah, what sucks about this level is we got the fire spewing guys again. It is nice seeing some of the old enemies again, though. Yeah, as far as the live stream, I'm not sure. I think what I'm going to do is probably try to focus on a Let's Play next. So I've been talking about it for, you know, weeks and weeks now. So to catch me when I do another live stream, well, I'd say turn on notifications. If you're that kind of person. I don't personally use notifications, but that's probably the best way. I do sometimes post to Facebook, like I did today. Occasionally I'll post to Twitter. Right now I feel like I've been spamming too much on Twitter, so I didn't post today's stream. For people that are Patreon backers or channel members, I do have a Discord. I post there every time. But that's pretty much it. Maybe I should start doing like YouTube community updates too. Sometimes people catch those. The firewall guys are the worst, though, because it's hard to avoid. Especially when there's like 4 of them. Which I'm pretty sure there will be later on. That was a creepy texture, actually. Nice, I got 4 of them at once. Whoa, he came up? You're not supposed to be able to do that. I don't think he is. I like that he's red. He's super red. Or orange.
That was an heroic.
It has, but I'm surprised it hasn't escalated as quickly as I thought it would. I think the reason is that there are less fire guys here right now. Normally, I think in the arcade game there are more. It's the projectile enemies that really do the most damage. Look at that texture, man. That's wild. It is kind of cartoonish at the same time, though. I'm just gonna let my supercharge up. Yep, good call. Okay, bad call. Yeah, that was not worth it. Rushing in like that, not worth it. I lost too much health. Now you look at my health and you think 3,632. Oh man, that's a lot of health. But trust me, I think I'm gonna need it for the final boss. If you become a clan, no, I'm always happy with shoutouts. Oops, let me get back. I mean, I find shoutouts just very generous in general, period. And I try to shout people out when it's relevant. Like, I plan on doing a 3DO video, and I'll be shouting out one of my friends that, you know, helps me out with some accessories and stuff like that. And it doesn't matter whether your channel's big or small, you know, it's just, it's a nice gesture, you know? Yeah, at this point it's just like biding my time. Just kill enemies from a distance, then use my BFG. Hope that took out the spawner. Okay, looks like it. Ah, oh, Jesus Christ. Look at that. Okay. Yeah, this level's not really giving me any health. No, get out of here. Get out of here. Run! Thank you. Like, using my potions is good, but you do run out, so I've got to be selective about when I'm using my potions. I do wish I had another character that was beefed up, just so I can see, like, the attack power difference. Like, say, like, the warrior, right, versus the elf. Ooh, Thor's hammer. I will take that. Solid. Thor's hammer is great. I feel like we might be getting close. No, my arrows are not going all the way across. Oh, I got it! Wow, from that far away. Nice. It's kind of amazing. Such a long level, too. I hope that did something. Level 66. Oh, I didn't use the BFG. I did it wrong. Yeah, that's the exit. I can see it. All right. Where to go? See, there's a switch right there. Oh, there we go. Alright, I'm out of potions. I gotta be careful. I have plenty of keys, though. I have not seen such bravery. Oh, wait, I have. Never mind. I take that back. I don't want that. I'm a little worried about this. Because if I die, we have to do this whole level over again. I don't remember if it's basically the same patterns as the previous version of Scorn, or if it's like hyper versions of it. I guess we'll see. Hey, Gotcham, what's going on?
You are now entering the throne of Scorn.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Damn, still got hit by that. Yep, I'm dead. Yeah, ramp up. Yeah, ramps up a lot. It's I was barely doing any damage. So I pretty much lost like all the experience points and whatnot, so we're gonna have to do a couple more rounds of level 1 here. And I don't want to, but it's like a necessary crutch. And I realized that the
You are now entering.
I realized that like charging on my BFG just wasn't really worth it. Yeah, this is what kind of sucks about this game is like the bosses are, it's not like Scorn in particular is like really difficult. And he's gated behind a full level, probably the hardest level in the game. And if you die, you've got to do the whole thing over again. And maybe I'd have a better chance if my character was stronger, you know, if she had like I don't know. I just realized that maybe it kept my stats because all my potions are gone. But basically, I'm gonna need more health when I get there for one. It'll probably be useful to have my potions. Like I said, I don't really use potions on bosses, but Scorn I can make the exception for. So now I'm gonna have to be able to go through that level again without using my potions, which is gonna take for freaking ever. And I'm not gonna lie, this happens every time I get to the end of this game. This isn't like some kind of weird exception. I do also wonder if some classes are better against Scorn than others. 3,857 health. I'm about to look up some other long plays on YouTube and see if anyone else really has to, like, grind out like I am. But grinding out on the first level, you're not getting many experience points by going through it. It's mainly about getting your, you know, your health up. And some money for some potions, and maybe even building some stats. Stats are kind of expensive, though. I'm pretty sure there are other levels in the game, though, that are better for earning money. So if your goal is to build just like raw stats, then you want to play some other levels. I don't know what good levels there are to grind out on. Yeah, the thing about the spread shot, it seems like you can avoid it if he's targeting the middle of the screen. It feels like you can sort of move over to one of the other sides and you might be able to avoid it. My big thing is his, like, big golden freaking portal laser. Whatever you want to call it. That seems like almost impossible to dodge, but I felt like you could dodge it if you got close to him, but I couldn't tell because he's just attacking so fast, it's hard to experiment. Alright, so basically what I'm going to do is, because it's getting late for me, it's almost midnight, and I got to wake up for work in the morning. I'm on a Monday through Friday schedule now, so I'm no longer off Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm off, like, when normal people are off, so it is getting late for me. So what I might do is, I'll try to build my health up to like 5,000 or something, right? And then I will, I'll try him one more time, and if I fail, we'll just stop the stream, and that's fine with me. If we don't beat him, that's fine. I've got most of the playthrough down, but not the end of the world. It is a pretty sweet intro. I do agree. And actually, what I probably should do is just buy... Oh, I can't do armor anymore. I'm maxed out on armor. Interesting. Yeah, right, Leo? No, this is gonna be it. I'm not gonna do another playthrough or continuation of this at all. So this is the final playthrough. It only took us 4 years, but you know, what's funny is I've had people ask me about it over, you know, on and off over the years, like old-time viewers in particular.
You are now entering the Valley of Fire.
Yeah, again, Leo, to be fair, I think it was intended to be played with multiple people. But I still don't really think it's a good excuse. You know, the game just doesn't feel like it's been balanced for single-player play in some cases. I can deal with most of the game without a problem, but it's, yeah, this last part of the game is just, ooh, it's rough. Yeah, if I remember correctly, Dark Legacy is not any better in that regard. And as far as the grind is concerned, it's even worse overall as like a full game. Possibly, Leo. Yeah, it was late 2017 when I started. And then I continued the second part in 2018. Early 2018. Sustenance? You already have plenty of sustenance. You've got 4,400 hit points worth of it. Yeah, I played a lot of the PS2 one back when it was new. It's one of my favorite games at the time, but I never did finish it on PS2. It wasn't until I got the Xbox version a couple years later that I actually buckled down and finished it. I remember the Xbox version having the occasional frame rate problem here and there, which was weird. I wish I could revisit that version, but I think it's gone up in price a lot. Even the PS2 one I think has gone up a little bit. Yeah, I guess the reason it's better to boost my stats is that every time I do this, I'm actually earning an extra potion. So I don't really need to buy them. Oh yeah, look at that FMV.
You are now entering the Valley of Fire.
You don't say. I don't see any fire though. I want my money back. Yep, there's my one potion. Alright, we're at 5,000 health. Do you guys think I should grind out for more health, or... should I basically make it to where, like, I'm going to win no matter what? I mean, it's not taking me a long time to go through this level. What do you guys think? I know it's cheesy, but... I mean... It's kind of BS end-game level design. Let's go with speed again, and... oh man, I'm torn. I don't know what to do. Let's go ahead and save it. We'll do it again.
You are now entering
Oh, good lord, Croc.
the Valley of Fire.
That's a game I have not played much of. Alright, doing this again. Get some speed boots. There's my potion.
All runestones have been found.
Give me that meat. That's a pretty good health boost. And 5,500 health. I'm almost tempted to go to like 7,000. I don't know what the maximum is. Maybe it's 9,999. Maybe it's less. I don't know. Whatever, it's character and level dependent. Welcome to the end of Gauntlet experience. The end of Gauntlet Legends experience. Alright, I guess I'm gonna go to 6,000 hit points, and, I mean, I don't know, hopefully that's gonna do it for us. I do want to max out my potions, though, that's for sure. Now, I'm gonna see if it's possible for me to do the last level without using potions, but I feel like I'm just gonna be pressured to do it, because it's such a long freaking level. Oh, that's my maxed out potion. Or my last potion I needed.
All runestones have been found.
Just an apple. I don't think apples give you that much back. Yeah, the drumsticks give you 100. Oops. I'm at 6,084 health. I mean, what do you guys think? Should I keep grinding? Or should I attempt this? I'm a little scared. I mean, those patterns were so nasty in that final boss. I don't know if magic, like, really helps you, like, if it boosts, like, magic defense or anything like that. I'm really not sure how the stats work in this game, to be frank. I haven't looked at it. I haven't looked at a walkthrough for this game in ages. So go for it. Go for the final boss. Chris Line says go for 5 figures on health. I don't know if it'll even take us to 5 figures, but that'll be like another half an hour's worth of grinding. Alright, well, I'm at least maxed out on potions. Maybe we'll try it again. We went into this last level last time with like 3,500 hit points or so. So we might be able to get it. I don't know. We'll try it. Like I said, if I fail this time, then I will probably just stop the stream.
The gates of the Underworld.
Kick his ass. I will try, William. I will try. Hopefully better than last time. We got close last time. He had less than a... He probably had like 1/10 of his health left last time, so... And it sucks, I'm taking damage every time I use the BFG. Battle Axe? Which one is that, Gary? Oh, it just recently came out. Okay, yeah, I've never heard of that before. I was like, is that a retro game that I've never heard of? So it's a new game, okay. Good, got it. I do wonder how I can get down below. Oh, it looks like a 16-bit arcade game. Okay, now I really want to check that out. I mean, if you give it the seal of approval, it's probably pretty good. I feel like if you get back far enough, the enemies will stop spawning. Maybe due to like memory limitations or something like that. And so you can bait the guys all the way out. And then sort of slowly move your way back in. It's like a never-ending supply of dudes. It's like I'm not even cutting through them. I think I finally got it. No? Oh, jeez. Alright, let's do this. That's why there were there were multiples. I do wonder how much faster this would be with 4 players. I also wonder how poor the frame rate would be with 4 players. That is something I'm very interested to see. Oh, so that's like the normal way. Interesting. Remember earlier he just like cliffed up to the platforms on top? Alright, got it. I love fire textures from this era. Yeah, orange is a pretty sweet color, Gary. I'm there with you, man. we're just gonna use a potion. Alright, we're getting close. Yeah, one thing that kind of sucks about this level is like there are no health pickups at all. And that's just mean.
That was an heroic effort.
Alright, let's see what happens. Yeah, no health pickups. You die, you gotta do the whole level over again. And it takes like 15 or 20 minutes just to do that.
You are now entering
Thanks, Chris.
the throne of scorn.
Level 70 Captain. I think we got it, guys. I think we're gonna get it. What I think is best is not even using my turbo attacks and just using my actual run functionality. It's better. Ow. Dude, see now, stuff like that, frustrating. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Yeah, that's just nasty. Holy shit, man. These attacks are just mean. I'm just tanking. I feel like they're supposed to be voice acting, but the game's not sure if it wants to load it up. Well, I'm glad we actually did it. I can put this one to rest, finally. I love this game. It's still a personal favorite on the Dreamcast, but man, that ending has always been such a pain. They have videos for parts of the game that doesn't even exist in this version.
You have done well. Savor the sweet taste of victory.
I will. It's called my bed. Oh, man. Alright, well, we are done. Oh, and I was at level 70. Okay. Yeah, so we're pretty much just right back to the tower. You can just keep playing and grinding and leveling up. I guess it's one of the fun things about this game is, you know, beefing up all your characters. So I'm gonna assume there's like nothing else outside of grinding. But I'd be really interested to know if there's like an extra final boss if you keep playing. Whew, let's go ahead and save it. Well, that was intense, guys. I know we had to grind out a ton of health, but it works, right? Let's just try, I don't know, let's try another level real quick. I don't think anything crazy is gonna happen. Well, this is the boss level, so there's not gonna be anything different, I'm sure.
You are now entering the Chimera's Keep.
I mean, I almost feel like before I go, I should play these other bosses, just because I showed off the genie, and obviously the spider bitch earlier. Yeah, I guess one of my issues is it feels like some of these attacks are just unavoidable. Although, if I remember correctly, how a lot of this game works is like attacks are usually distance-based. So if you're camping out on the far end, it's going to do that huge spread like that. Yeah, Gary, I'd like to get a mode for my Dreamcast. I thought about trying another GDMU, but I just had too many problems with my original. The mode seems to be a lot more reliable and a lot more user-friendly. So if you haven't been able to tell yet, each head has its own health bar. Might as well just keep going for the center one because it's almost dead. I'm just spamming. I'm not even really playing. Oh, that's it. For some reason, I thought that there was like a second phase once you chopped off all the heads. Nice, Gary. Hell yeah. I used to have one of the Sega Sports models. Alright, we'll do the dragon boss. And then we will get out of here. Debating whether I should eat something, because it's really late. I don't know. I might still munch on something. I thought about going for a bike ride, but it's way too late for that.
You are now entering.
If it was like 11 or 10:30, I'd probably go for it, but... Oh, man! We actually streamed a little bit longer than I thought. I was actually just expecting to play one realm and then save the last part of the game for later, but... Nope. So this boss shoots fireballs, and you can... sometimes the rocks in front of you will block them. He also does this, like, sonic wave attack. And you need to be right there. You need to be behind the blocks to avoid that. Sometimes he'll do a two-way shot, so you gotta watch out for that. Yep, there it is. Yep. Interesting, the BFG actually does damage to the rocks. That's it. Yeah, there's a three-way shot there too. Yeah, that is Gauntlet Legends on the Dreamcast, guys. I know I was 4 years late on finishing this playthrough, but it's fun. I appreciate you guys hanging out and sticking it out with me. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I'm going to save my character, and that is going to do it for me. This archive will probably be posted tomorrow. I'll try to time code all the levels that we played so you can just skip around if you want to see. If you want to see what we did. And I'm not sure when I'm going to be back with another stream on YouTube, but I'll see what's on my plate. I feel like I want to try to get some videos and Let's Plays knocked out, but I have to focus on some other work-related stuff too at the same time, so it's, you know, a little difficult to juggle all that stuff with my YouTube stuff. So, but we'll see. Thanks for hanging out again. Hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, don't really know what else to say. Whew. My cat just woke up too. She's like, "Hey, give me attention. Give me attention. I'm a cat." Hey, you. Hey, Patchouli. Oh, man. Good old Gauntlet Legends. Good old Gauntlet Legends. Well, that'll probably be the last time I go through this game for quite some time. Again, I wouldn't mind playing through the PS2 Dark Legacy, but that's probably not going to happen anytime soon as far as YouTube's concerned. But, yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll fire it up a little bit on my own time, just to revisit it. But alright, guys. Thanks a lot for watching again. I appreciate it. Archive will be up tomorrow, and yeah. Check the description box if you feel like checking out parts 1 and 2 from many years ago. It's kind of a... I mean, it's the same stream, but I don't know. It just feels a little bit different. Because it's several years ago. It's several years ago me. But yeah, check those out if you want. Also, I posted a channel update video last weekend. Feel free to check that out. I'd appreciate that. A lot of topics on that one, so yeah, go check that out. And I'll try to get my next Let's Play out soon-ish. Just gotta make the time for it. So, alrighty guys, I'll catch you later. Until the next one, take it easy.